on 9/11, right? 9 hours and 11 minutes into the hour, so 9:11 a.m. to be exact. Obviously, today is 9/11, and it's crazy to think that this happened 24 years ago now, if you really think about it, right? 25 years ago, which is absolutely insane, right? A whole lifetime already, right? But I'll tell you what, even though it is 9/11, even though this is a day that will forever live in infamy for a lot of people, this year in particular, there's a particular story right now that is overriding this particular day, and that is the untimely demise of Charlie Kirk. Okay, now it is worth noting that the FBI did find the weapon. Okay, FBI found the gun, but with no suspect. Okay, so that's important to know. Also, it's still an ongoing investigation, but that right there is not the focal point of this entire live stream. You see, the focal point of this whole entire live stream is predicated on the fact that many people have a very controversial take on this topic from one side to the other, okay? And there's a good reason. There's a good reason why this is very controversial. For one, you got to understand something about Charlie Kirk, right? He's very controversial. But we also have to understand, I'm just going to say this out flat and out loud, he's not an Israeli soldier. He's not even an American soldier. He's not a soldier, period. So in that regard, I feel bad for him that this happened, okay? I'm not going to lie. I feel bad for Charlie Kirk. I really do. But there are a lot of people out there that don't feel bad for him, and we're going to analyze exactly why that is. Because many people are celebrating his death right now, while the other side of that see him as a martyr for free speech. Now, which side of the aisle are you on when it comes to looking at Charlie Kirk? Do you see him as a martyr for free speech, or do you see him as a supporter of a genocidal regime in the other side of the world? And I'm not going to mention the country's name. You guys already know what it is. There's no need to mention anything to get anything flagged or anything like that. We're just going to, you know, claim it as it is and understand it for what it is, okay? Now, the genuine hatred that they have for Charlie Kirk is predicated on a couple of things, okay? Number one, it's predicated on the fact that he doesn't believe black folks should have reparation. Now, here's the thing, right? There's a lot of white people out there that absolutely believe this. There's a lot of black people that believe in this, right? But why is it that Charlie Kirk is specifically targeted? Well, here's the thing, right? If you are on the other side of the political opinions of Charlie Kirk, if you're on the other side of that, usually it would be because you don't like the fact that he said that reparations are not for black people, the fact that he supports Israel. Maybe these are the reasons why you don't like him, right? But there's a lot of people that like him, but there's also a lot of friends of yours that have the same opinion as him. So what's the difference between your friends who you have opposing opinions with that are similar to that of Charlie Kirk? Well, the difference is that your buddies are not 8 million deep in terms of followers and subscribers, right? So in other words, this is a very influential guy. Let's take a look at the, what do you call it? The YouTube of Charlie Kirk. Let's see where he is in terms of his popularity, so that we can understand who this guy is and what he's about. So 4 million, sorry, a little exaggerated there when I said that it was 8 million, but half of that. So he has 4 million subscribers. That's a huge following, okay? Yeah, that's a huge following. one day ago, he made a video about the NFL is back just in time to ruin my week. He says, what exactly does that mean? So, okay. Okay, so let's hear some live updates with the FBI right now, see what's going on here. Okay.
Is etched into our national memory. The images you've just seen in the CNN video, planes striking the World Trade Center, chaos unfolding in real time.
Okay, so this is a 9/11 tribute that they have going on in CNN. So look, here's what's really interesting about all of this, right? I'll tell you what's really interesting about all of this is that I've seen all types of channels cover this, right? I'm in the MMA channel. I'm in the California Gangster League channel. I'm in the military channel. Of course, they're going to cover this because there's a lot of guys out there with military experience that would love to share their knowledge as far as what happened with the sniper, what he did to evade the police, and how he got out of there. All these tactical plans, right? And then you have law enforcement channels, pop culture channels. Every channel that you could think of is covering this topic with Charlie Kirk. So
whatever that may look like. Now, what I would argue common in this country, it has absolutely no ideological barrier. It has absolutely no ideological...
Easton says, hi. Hey, man, let me know what part of the world you are from, Easton. Shout outs to you, my man. Russell says, I just got a thrilling news to share. My sister is pregnant. I'm going to be a... Oh, wow. Okay, shout outs Russell on that one, my man. Hiya, buddy says, hey, brother, good to see you. Hope you are doing well today. I'm doing very well today, brother. Thank you for asking. Hope you are doing well as well. So, Easton says USA. Well, I'm from the United States as well. I'm particularly Northern California, Sacramento, California represent. Let me know where and what part of the United States you are from and where it is that you represent. Shout out to you. Miss Bun says he's trolling. LOL. I know. I think I kind of understand when people are trolling nowadays, but yeah.
Specialization or particular alignment in one direction or the other. It is...
Easton says he's from Utah. Wow. Okay. How far were you from the event that had taken place? Let me know.
A festering cancer. It is a metastasized beast that will eat anything in its way if it is allowed to exist. And more to the point, this is why I'm quite fearful.
Russell asks, what is your plan when Alberta becomes the 51st state? I don't think that's ever going to happen, in my humble opinion. I think Canada will not allow that, but if you think otherwise, let me know why.
Well, not merely for the retribution that might come, whatever that may look like, but because of what it says about your country when this kind of thing is happening regularly. And by the way, we'll get to this, we'll get to that part in a minute. If you are in a country that is experiencing routine or relatively routine political violence, you are living in a place with weak institutions. You are living in a place where the people do not believe that the government can work in concert with their adversaries, political adversaries, to pass meaningful legislation that meaningfully improves people's lives. You are living in a place with weak institutions.
I agree with Luke Thomas on this one, right? Let's piggyback off of that, right? No pun intended. But yeah, obviously being a Muslim, I don't eat pork or anything like that. But yeah, no pun intended. Let's piggyback off of what Luke Thomas just said, right? There's a weak institution going on in the United States. Why? Because there is an inherent hatred that many Americans have inherited, which I think goes back all the way to 2016. Now, look, do I like Trump as a personality, as the fact that he supports the UFC, as the fact that he goes out of his way to increase the awareness of the sport that we love? Yes, I love this about Trump. There is no doubt about that. Do I love the fact that Trump brought Kamzat to the United States to fight in Chicago, where the previous administration did not want him in here because of his affiliations with Ramzan Kadyrov? Yes, I love Trump for this. But for the life of me, I cannot act like a fool and act like Trump did not cause any of this. And I'm going to explain why. Okay, I love Trump. I have to preface that because a lot of you, if I don't say that, you're just going to say Trump derangement syndrome, right? These Republican, MAGA, scripted lines that you guys throw when anybody disagrees with you. Hiya Buddy says, I'm doing good, man. Thank you. This Charlie Kirk thing is upsetting to say the least, but I guess there are but these are the times we are in. Absolutely, man. Russell says, hi. Maurice Valencia says, were you in the time in question? I asked that question as well. Very interesting question. Hiya Buddy says, right versus left, it's upsetting. Yes. Russell says, what the F? Julie Russell says, what the F? Russell says the mainstream media is more to blame, a-hole. Okay, so it is part of the mainstream media narrative, yes. Grasshopper Plus says, who is Charlie Kirk? Well, you must not be American, but if not, it's okay. We will educate you on this particular matter. Top Say says, no daughter deserves to lose their father. Okay, so Top Say, I also want you to understand, Julie, Russell, and I are married. Oh, okay. So shout out to you guys. Shout out to you guys that are here together. Okay, so we got a married couple that is in the chat together. So shout out to you guys. Thank you for both tapping into my channel. Trap says, R.I.P. Charlie Kirk. Russell says, we have 12 children. Okay, very interesting. That's great to know. So, okay. I'm going to highlight a comment, and I'm going to say something about this, right? Because I think it's very important. Top Say says, no daughter deserves to lose their father. So I'm going to say to this, look at what's happening in Palestine. And I don't want to make false equivalents about this, right? By any degree or any stretch of the imagination. But many people in Palestine have lost their lives. And look, I'm very neutral about this subject, right? Because there is no right way or wrong way when it comes to addressing this topic. There is only the center. So I'm going to address this in the center, and I'm not going to deviate from that. And I'm going to say this, right? The reason why a lot of people are not happy with Charlie Kirk was because many people in their perception and the way that they see it, he supported what they perceive as a murderous Zionist regime that went after and killed children in Gaza. So therefore, the way that they see it, they see this as some sort of equal retribution. But at the same time, let's be honest, Charlie Kirk is not a soldier. He did upset a lot of people, but he's not a soldier. Now, look, I have a buddy in New Jersey. I don't want to mention his name, but if he's watching, he knows who he is. He's a buddy of mine because we were high school alumni. He became a white nationalist, okay? Me and him, we have a civil discourse. You see, a lot of people on my social media page, the same social media page that I have him on as a friend, people would ask me, why don't you ever get at this guy? I say, well, because he's a white nationalist, but he's not a threat. He's not a neo-Nazi. He's not a hardcore Peckerwood or anybody that I need to be concerned of or anything like that. Me and him have differences of opinion. I am a Muslim. He is a Christian white nationalist. And me and him interact with each other online all the time. And it never got to a point where I decided, hey, I'm going to go threaten this guy. Or I'm going to make this guy my enemy. Because I didn't classify him as that. Because he was a person that just wanted to have civil discourse. He wanted to have debates about Islam. And look, here's another thing. Here's another thing, guys. In this page, I told you guys I welcome freedom of speech. Okay, I welcome freedom of speech. As a Muslim, I welcome freedom of speech. I'm going to tell you why. Okay, B. Fairchild says, I'm a white nationalist and I like you. Well, there you go, B. Fairchilds. There's a reason why. He's not a white nationalist, man. This is sad. I'm not saying he's a white nationalist. I'm talking about my buddy, okay? I'm talking about my buddy in the East Coast who is a white nationalist. Me and him get along, and then here it is. There's a guy on this page right now on the chat saying that he's a white nationalist and he likes me. He likes my videos. He watches my shows. So this is good. This is what we preach over here. Okay, this is what we preach, is that I am a Muslim with, I'm going to make no bones about it, fundamental Islamic beliefs, but at the same time, I can sit down with a white nationalist, I can sit down with a black Hebrew Israelite, and in that very same token, we can have a civil discourse. Man, the comments are coming in blazing right now, so please excuse me if I'm not able to read all the comments. Samuel Bivin says, did you see Charlie shrivel up though? Perfect special ed reenactment. Ooh, man, listen, that's a little bit over the line there, Samuel. I will say, look, brother, I welcome freedom of speech here, and I'm going to tell you why, right? So as a Muslim, why is it that I welcome free speech? I'm going to tell you why. The reason why I welcome free speech as a Muslim is because if I believe in the Islamic faith, if I believe in this religion, in this ideology, I have to be prepared to not only give my life to it, but also have civil discourse debates on these particular matters. NA says, exactly, I have a friend whose politics I hate. I'm not big on Islam, but I respect you and I love your stand on civil discourse. Thank you, NA. Thank you. I really appreciate that, my man. So this is what I mean. If you guys want to say something about the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, or you want to say something bad about him, we're going to have a debate about it. Because I've been practicing Muslim for over 20 years now. Okay, and within those 20 years of being, a strong practitioner of the Islamic faith, I have enough confidence in knowing myself in debates. And by the way, this is the reason why I can kind of relate to Charlie Kirk in a way, even though I don't necessarily agree with his views, and certainly not his views on, on being pro Blue Jay to any kind, right? Topsay says, disgusting to make fun of someone's death, Samuel. Well, you know what, man? Listen, that's up to you guys. If you guys want to dismantle Samuel for making fun of his death or this, that, and the other, that is your choice, right? But for me, I'm going to allow him to speak what it is that he, speaks here. Luke S. says, no remorse or pity here. Okay, well, explain why. Truth Seeker says, anyone see the video of the ring changing fingers, of his ring changing fingers? Huh. What is that in reference to? I was thinking cheeseburger today. Huh, okay. Society will pay for the ugliness of the few. Robert Reyes, oh, he just retracted his statement. Charlie got deported from Earth. Oh, man, listen, that is horrible, man. That is absolutely horrible. You can't be saying that. Come on now. Wow, we got 111 people around the world right now. Let me take a screenshot of this. Wow, 111 people around the world, man. Yeah, people are really distraught and also feel some kind of way about Charlie, that, that this is what's happening, right? Was Charlie a Zionist? He was, yes. Tammy Pierce says, Alan's mother didn't hug him enough. Okay. James Laley says, vengeance is coming. So that right there is what makes me really nervous about this, right? And I think Luke Thomas sort of emphasizes this a little bit more right here.
And you are living in a place where people, in many cases, have lost hope in a sane and normal process for the government to improve their lives. You are living in a place that is weak and it is broken. And a cancer like political violence only makes those things weaker and only makes them less responsive.
So in other words, what he's trying to say is that there is a concept going on right now in the American politics where it is literally a broken institution. The Prophet Muhammad once said that the end days won't come until the people who are not worthy of leadership position are in leadership positions. And many can argue and say that Trump is that guy. Man, we got some comments comment right now. Toothbud says, doesn't matter what your political view you have, this is not healthy for America. Very true, yes. James Laley says conservatives are off the sidelines over this tragedy. Man, yeah, I'll bet there's going to be a lot of conservatives that are going to rise up on this. But also, James, you got to understand, there's also a lot of conservatives that are not necessarily on the side of Charlie Kirk or the Zionists, right? In fact, there's a lot of conservatives that are celebrating this right now as much as liberals. It's not just liberals or Islamists or Antifa or none of that, right? Or the Palestinian resistance movement. It is, man, it's crazy. It's crazy. Charlie's pronouns were pop, squirt, and quote. Oh, man. Alan going hard on this one. Charlie Kirk was an evil man. He preached evil and immorality, and God dealt with him with the same hand he dished out to others. Live by the sword, die by the sword. You know what, Zed? I'm going, look, that's going to be upsetting for a lot of people, Zed, but I'm going to mark that comment right there, okay? Mr. Burberry says, what's crazy is nowadays you can't get got for having a different opinion. That's not wild to y'all. I mean, with all the trolls in the world that could possibly pull up to your location. So, Mr. Burberry, that's a very good point right there. Okay, I'm going to mark that comment right there. Okay. So the reason why I'm going to mark that comment right there, Mr. Burberry, is because, understand this, right? Kirk is not your buddy. It's different when it is your buddy that is talking this, right? Your buddy that doesn't have a platform. Your buddy that, like I said, my white nationalist buddy that I grew up with in New Jersey, right? He's not Charlie Kirk. He doesn't have that kind of platform. So therefore, he's not as dangerous as Charlie Kirk. Now look, if I get on this YouTube thing and I start blowing up, maybe I could become dangerous, and that in and of itself kind of puts me in a position where, you know what, I have to be responsible about what I say, about how I provoke people. Look, we also have to come to grips with the reality also that sometimes freedom of speech is not free. And let me explain exactly what I mean by that. What I mean by that when I say that freedom of speech is not free is that you got to understand there are consequences to what you say. Consequences in terms of possible reprisals, consequences in terms of the possibility that you could be ridiculed for what you say. But the only thing that freedom of speech guarantees is that you are not breaking the law. You are not breaking the law by committing, a form of speech. Unless, of course, you yell fire in a public theater, and then that's where it becomes a little bit different. Truth Seeker says, as he was hit, his ring moves from his finger to the pinky finger. Huh. Okay. So, that's interesting. Let me see. I'm not going to show you the video in front of me, but let me see if I pull this up. Let me see what you're talking about here. I'm watching the slow motion version right now. Hold on. It's hard to see, Marty. It's hard to see what you're talking about with the ring finger because it's very difficult to see. I don't want to show the video because it'll get flagged. So I'm glad you're preaching unity, my man. That's what we need in times like this. God bless you, or Allah bless you. Sorry if that's... No. God and Allah are saying the same thing. It's like saying amigo and friend. So shout out to you on that one, NA. I'm going to pin that comment right there. He says, liar, Zed. James Laley says, 77.3 million R. Corzo family says, RIP Charlie, truly evil people out there making excuses for this. Braylon says, Zed, you are absolutely wrong. Charlie spoke the truth and reality. NA says, that's me. I'm not celebrating, but I'm more on the right and didn't agree with Charlie a lot. Alan Bayless says Kirk said that the gun violence was unacceptable thing in order to have the Second Amendment when kids were unalive. Bad B says he said some crazy stuff and it finally caught up to him. I'm going to mark that comment right there, bad XOXO. I'm going to mark that comment, okay? Because this is what I said earlier, right? You can't just say whatever it is that you think you want to say and you don't think that you can get away with it. Wow, we got 200 people in here at one time. That is crazy, man. Shout out to everybody around the world. Hey guys, please help me become a big channel by hitting the like and subscribe button. We got 200 people in here. That is awesome, man. Shout out to all of y'all. James Laley says we are wearing our red hats for Charlie. All right, shout outs to that. R.I.P. Charlie. Emma Moore says Rugrat says they said Kurt was on the Epstein list. I don't know about all that. RG Zad, right? He's a little too young for that, right? He's 31 years old. I don't know how he would have been relevant during that time of Epstein's prime. So I don't know. I'm 40 years old, right? Obviously 9 years older than Charlie Kirk. But if I was young, if I was too young during the prime days of Epstein and Trump in the 90s, I would imagine that he would be a baby at that time and would have nothing to do with it. Alan Bayless says Kirk mocked kids being killed and mocked people having empathy for them. There you go. There you go. So I'm going to mark that comment right there too, because that's very important, right? A lot of people are upset at the fact that Charlie Kirk was speaking on dead Palestinian kids. So therefore, this is their justification as to, showing glee at his timely demise. Luke S. says, grifter. Are you talking to me? Braylon says, Charlie lived by the sword and lives by words and civil conversations. So that's what I mean, right? Not a soldier. He's not a warrior or anything like that. That's just the reality of the situation. Toothbud says, words should never result in getting unalive. Very true. Mr. Burberry says, same reason that influencers don't like dropping their location, because you have a bunch of crazy people that might pull up and go crazy. Yeah, you know what? Try telling that to the rappers that reveal where they are, and the next thing you know, a bunch of Crips show up at Roscoe's in Compton and then blast you because you wanted to tell everybody to, hey, look, I'm in the hood or this and that. Very good point. But I think with Charlie Kirk's situation, it's a little bit different, because his whole entire motto is that, you know what, I'm going to stand out here, I'm going to talk to everybody, and as a result, I'm going to make myself available. Now, is it really, the best choice? Maybe not the best choice possible, but, it is what it is by the end of the day. Bad B says, I bet he was on the list on the island. The Corzo family says, I just watched them rationalize this. NA says, this man isn't a grifter. He's speaking non-violently with an open mind. Okay. Matt Amick says, dude, this is garbage. Mark that. Goodbye. I don't understand what you mean by that, but okay. Words are dangerous according to this clown. So, look, Corzo, I need you to understand something about this, right? Okay, so I'm going to mark your comment right there. Even though I don't agree with it, I'm going to mark this comment because, like I said, right, what is it that I absolutely emphasize in this chat? I emphasize freedom of speech, as long as it's not freedom of speech that impedes the rights of others, but also it doesn't go as far as being flagged by YouTube in a negative way, right? That's sort of what I'm getting at with this. So, yes, I don't like your comment, but I'm going to mark it anyway, the Corzo family. But it's important that we discuss your comment. He says, words are dangerous according to this clown. So you're calling me a clown because I'm saying that words are dangerous. Let me ask you something. You walk up in the hood and you throw up a flag, the opposite gang colors. What do you think is going to happen to you? Now, do you have the freedom of speech to say F the Bloods or F the Crips or F the other side? You have every right to say that. But are there consequences for saying that? Yes, there are. There are consequences for saying that. Now, the consequences may not be immediate, the consequences may not be in your face. Maybe the consequences are you'll have a bunch of Crip dudes or Blood dudes, depending on what gang or set you dissed, and they're going to get at you online and say, hey, Corso family, such and such, why did you say this or that? You know, F you for this, right? Or if you are in a vicinity where they are at, they might want to get at you. Now, I'm not saying that's right. What I'm saying is that that is a reality that could happen to you, right? So what I'm saying is that the words that Charlie Kirk says, though he has the right to say it, it doesn't necessarily mean that he's not going to get got for it. And unfortunately, this is the reality of it. Look, guys, I'm telling you right now, there's a lot of things that I want to say that I'm not ever going to say online. Now, if you want to hear me say certain things, go to my members only section, because I have things that I say in there that I will never say in a public sphere, okay? But that is with good reason. It is out of the reason of self-preservation. It is out of the reason of trying to build a network, trying to build a subscriber base, trying to build an audience. So therefore, there are just some things that I'm not going to say. And you know what? Many people may see that as cowardly. Many people may see that as I don't know, grifting or whatever you want to put it. But I know that if I say what's really on my mind, there's going to be a few people out there that are going to want to get at me in the streets. Okay, so it's better that I don't say it. But once again, freedom of speech, yes, let's practice it, but at the same time, do not let self-preservation be damned, okay? That is the one thing you guys have to understand. Do not let self-preservation be damned whatsoever. So, Guy says, Kirk kicked the bucket. Oh, well, I mean, yeah, a little insensitive to say here. Deport says, Esh the F up, y'all are sick-ass people. Yeah, well, you know what? Listen, man. I'm allowing it. You know, I'm allowing them to say it, just like I'm allowing you guys to say that Kirk was a hero, right? You can say whatever you want here, but at the same time, it is going to be scrutinized, whatever you're going to say. So just remember, you can say what you want, but people are going to scrutinize what you say one way or the other, whether you're from one side to the other, okay? The ring finger thing already got disproven. Okay, so shout out to you on that comment right there. I'm going to mark that comment because that is important if the ring finger is, you know, an important focal point here. Alan Bayless says, Charlie really stuck his neck out for the Second Amendment. Oh, man. Man, Alan going on some real insensitive trip right now. But you listen, freedom of speech, right? This is what we want. We want freedom of speech, right? A lot of you that are upset at the fact that Charlie Kirk got hit are also upset at the people that are practicing the very same thing that Charlie Kirk emphasized. And, you know, I may not like what Alan had to say, and, you know, it is, you know, a bit insensitive on his part, but it is what it is by the end of the day. Luke S. says, both him and you have something in common. You both shift grifter commentators. You both are... Okay, well, that's your opinion, Luke. Obviously, you're still here with 300 or 400 other people in here watching me, so that's okay. If you type video of his ring switching in the fingers YouTube, the video should come up. Okay, I will look into that. The Corzo family says they have the intelligence of people from the mountains, backwards people who believe it's fascist to live in reality. Emphasize on that a little bit. Have they caught the murderer yet? Lovebug says, no, they haven't caught them yet. However, what they did catch was the weapon, right? They caught the weapon. They're analyzing handprints, and yeah, they're going through the process on that. Lovebug says, this is depressing, man. I'm sorry to hear that for you, man. I'm sorry that this is, you know, a tough time for you right now. I would imagine it is a tough time for everybody, as much as the Kirk family. And also, let's not forget the families of people that live in Palestine who have to deal with this every day, who do get shot by snipers on a daily basis and don't have the clout or the name that Charlie Kirk has, right? No human being's one impact is more important or less than the other, so let's not forget that. Blade Man says crazy stuff. It's the right we have. We can say whatever the F we want and should not have the fear of being murdered or having a different opinion. So Blade Man, here's the thing, right? I'm going to mark that comment by Blade Man. Okay, I'm going to mark that comment by Blade Man, and here it goes, right? So, Blade Man, you're absolutely right. If you want to say something to me, or you want to say something on this page or this group chat, you have every right to say that, and you're not going to get any reprisals out of me. Okay, that is a guarantee that I will give to you from me. You're not going to get that out of me. However, Blade Man, the rest of the world is not me. Okay? I'll give you an example. Do you guys remember the Charlie Hebdo shooting in France, where they made fun of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and then a bunch of French Muslims decided to go do something about it and bust them up, right? I don't agree with this. Certainly, I don't agree with people getting unalived. I'm not with that whatsoever. But I'm not those guys, okay? Now, if I had a chance to talk to the editors of Charlie Hebdo, what I would say to them is, you know what? I don't think that you should make these cartoons. You know what? Let's have a debate on the Prophet Muhammad. Did he really marry somebody that was of this age, or was it a wrong chronological understanding of the time differences that people are trying to analyze within his time frame and his historical chronological order? Okay, we can have that discussion. But with other Muslims, they may not have the same type of desire to have that civil discourse with you. And that's just the reality of the world. Okay? Just because people like me, just because Muslims like me are willing to let you speak bad about Islam, but in a capacity that we have to debate it and we have to talk about it and we have to come to a conclusion and some facts and figures of its reality and not run off what our own opinions, that's one thing. But with other people, it's a little bit different, and you have to be very aware of that. Kaleo says the Charlie effect. Yeah, this is definitely the Charlie effect, 777, because, man, listen, I think I'm projected to probably get 10,000 views on this live stream right now. So shout outs to everyone. Hit the like for our man Kyrie. Truth Seeker says, shout outs to you on that, man. Mr. Burberry says, it doesn't matter, white, black, liberal, conservative, you speak the truth, someone will have a problem with it. Doesn't even matter the message, honestly. Very true, man. True. Truth Seeker says to Mr. Burberry. Rahul Sashi says, I'm not an American, but this was the most disgusting thing that has ever happened in American politics. I don't know about all that, man. You know, I mean, we've had a lot of crazy things happen in American politics, but yeah. NJ03 says, what's up, my guy? Shout out to you, my man. Shout out to NJ03. Zach Scott says, Corso, what's the lies? Quoting Kirk. John says he was a dad speaking his mind. Yeah, man, we're all dads. We're all parents in some way, right? No lives are more worth than the other, and I think that's an important thing to talk about. Way to prove what I'm saying, Kirks. Fresh Melon Juice says, not JFK. That's what I'm saying, right? Shout out to Fresh Melon Juice on that. Yeah, there is JFK back in the days. So Group B says, at Rahul, we literally have 2 presidents assisted. This ish is nothing and will be forgotten in a week. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I think so, right? I mean, think about this, right? Roger Jackson was the hottest thing on the news, you know, not too long ago, and now here we are, right, in a completely different, you know, stratosphere. Rahul Sahi says, I know a lot happened, but I think American politics is at an all-time low. Zach Scott says, we are. What is the quote? What quote is a lie, bud? Blade Man says, doesn't matter. We have the right to voice our opinion. If words hurt you that bad, mentally seek help. You're part of the problem. No, I'm not part of the problem. What I'm trying to merely explain to you, Blade Man, is that there are people out there who do need mental help. So what are you going to do about that? I don't need mental help. I'm not out there busting at people for having a different opinion or anything like that. I'm not out there doing that. So it's not me who's the problem. What I'm merely trying to tell you is that, yes, I agree with you. There are people out there that have mental problems. So therefore, you have to watch out for them. You have to move cautiously. That is all that I am trying to say. But shout out to you anyway. It's a great, civil discourse that we have going on. And look, the best way to really celebrate the life of Charlie Kirk, if you guys really care that much, okay, is to have these civil discourses in this particular matter. And that's the theme that I am merely trying to emphasize with you guys right now. I don't like what you have to say. You don't like what I have to say. But let's sit down and talk about it to try and reduce the violence that could happen in the future, right? I mean, isn't that a beautiful solution? Kirk called for violence repeatedly, Group B says. Group B, let me know in what context did Kirk call for violence. Let me know. Okay, whatever Kirk is, he was way off rational outcomes. Blade Man, who said Kirk couldn't speak? Corzo says needs a safe space. So sad you can't voice your opinion anymore. JB says, you lefties are weird, bro. Who are the lefties? Are you talking about the lefties that are in here or lefties overall, JB95? Let me know. Blade Man says he was killed for having an effing opinion on things. John says the other Arab lands couldn't always help the Palestinians, but they don't. Why not? John, I'm gonna mark that comment right there, okay? So the reason why a lot of Arab states don't want to bring in the Palestinians is because they believe that Palestinians have a high proclivity of espionage, military operations that could somehow lead to an overthrow, right? That is what the Palestinians are good at. They are good at creating, at least according to them, not according to me. Right, the Arab governments consider a lot of Palestinians as dangerous in a way that they could overthrow a government easily. So, rational outcomes is your first day on earth. Rational outcomes, is this your first day on earth? Rest in turds, JL says. Wow, man, the comments are brutal in here. No one violated Kirk's freedom of speech. He was not arrested and tried for it. Someone took his words and possibly his actions personal. This is not a free speech issue. Okay, so Group B, I'm going to mark that comment right there because that's very important to understand, right? Let me read that again. Group B says, no one violated Kirk's freedom of speech. He was not arrested and tried for it. Someone took his words and possibly his actions personal. It's not a free speech issue. Yes. Zach Scott says, Blade Man, you got a source for that motive could be, wow, okay, a gay lover feud. Wow, okay, you're referring to Charlie Kirk on that. Wow, okay. Kirk did not call for violence against anyone. He addressed social problems people didn't want to hear about. JL says, rest in turds, pal. Wow. Charlie Kirk had it coming. Blade Man says, we have the right to not agree and voice our opinions. If words hurt you, seek help. You're weak-minded. Brother, I'm not saying words don't hurt me. What I'm saying is that you got to be careful with people whose words are hurt. It's a gang now too high. Okay, I don't know what you mean by that. Hey, Foolish, what are you talking about? We're talking about a news cycle, Shaw. Big Boars, shout out to you. Big Boars MMA says, hello. Y'all sick as fuck for condoning this. JL says, I like this guy. Thank you, my man. He says, JJ, shut up, you're waffing. Well, I'm doing something right. I just got 10,000 views on this right now. I'm literally sitting at 10,000 views in less than an hour right now. The suspect was not found. Yes. Brain Rot Society says sick. SM says, what are you talking about? A Corzo family says, this guy is comparing political speech to hood speech. Look at him. What a clown. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm trying to tell you, Corzo, look, I'm not going to address people that are purposely just trying to get me wrong, right? Because you want me to side to your way of thinking, right? What I'm merely trying to say is that There are consequences to speech, whether that's in the hood or whether that's in the political arena. You're allowed to say what you want to say, but you cannot control, other than having security, other than having security measures, other than having extra police or having an extra group of guys with you. That's the only way that you can prevent violence against you, but you cannot guarantee safety when you say something that is offensive to certain people, and that's just the reality of the world. So you can call me a clown all you want, but I'm a clown that's got 10,000 views in less than an hour. So there you have it. Nalo says, Blade Man, you keep saying we have the right. You know everyone has the same right, surely, right? CD says, Orlando, you should watch them instead of listening to the propaganda about him for shit brains. Yes, and that's true. There is a lot of propaganda that is being spewed in the name of Charlie Kirk at the same time as well. So, CD, you have clearly now watched them, LOL. Spell speech correctly. Big Z says, this isn't good for either side. Nobody deserves that. Yes. Where is Muhammad's mother? What if the shooter was Muslim? It could be. JL says, sub. Thank you, my man. Sagar says, you hate Charlie because he was against Islamists, don't you? Well, okay, you know what? I'm going to mark that comment, Sagar. I don't hate Charlie. I disagree with his statement, and that's just a natural course of action. I'm going to disagree with him. That's just what it is. But it doesn't mean that I hate him. And also, could it be a good chance that a Muslim had done this? Maybe. Maybe he had done this, but we don't know. Subdog, I'm so... Oh, wow, okay. A little too much information. You hate Charlie because he was against Islamists, don't you know? Freedom of speech is not free. Yes, Giovanni22. Many of y'all will argue about anything, huh? Same with Raja's situation. Everyone thought it should be one way and it went the other way. So there you go, right? Because I can says, does Sharia law promote freedom of speech? No, it doesn't. But I do. And the reason why I do is because I want you to criticize Islam so that we can have a discourse on Islam, talk about it so that you can further learn about Islam, right? So yes, Sharia law does not promote freedom of speech. I'm not going to pretend like it does. It doesn't, because obviously if you speak bad about the Prophet Muhammad in the wrong countries, guess what will happen to you? But if you speak bad about the Prophet Muhammad with me, guess what I'm going to do with you? Well, we're going to have a debate about it. And if you somehow ignore the facts and figures and the metric measurements of the analysis that I bring towards you, then that only shows your own ignorance. Civil War 2.0 incoming. The Corzo family says they want a world where you have to fear your life because of what you said. The same is done under Sharia. Well, I tell you what, man, you're allowed to say what you want to say, but all I'm saying is if you're going to say what you want to say, pack a lunch, because you live in a world now where people are going to want to check you for saying what you want to say. Look, guys, I told you this, right? There's a lot of views that I have that I will never spew to the world. There's a lot of things that I feel about and certain subjects that I just will never say because, you know what, by the end of the day, I'm an MMA channel, and as an MMA channel, I have more things to talk about than just Charlie Kirk or Raja Jackson, even though he is part of the MMA circles of things and the MMA storylines and whatnot. But by the end of the day, I don't have to go and, make outrageous political speeches every day or anything like that. I could talk about MMA. I could talk about Crawford and Canelo that is coming up. I could talk about UFC's Noche. As long as there is a UFC and as long as boxing is boxing and people are fighting, I have a platform to speak different things that are not as controversial. Joe Smith one says, we just need peace between all the sides. Yes, I agree with that. Zach Scott says, JB95, bring it on, baby. 2A applies to Democrats too. Marcus Ebert says, this is messed up, man. RIP Charlie. John says, don't worry, God has a special place for these people and it's not heaven. Wow. Parker Dam says, they're trying to incite violence when the fact of the matter is they don't even know who the shooter was or what the motive was. That's what I'm saying, right? So, yeah, that's a very good point, Parker. Damn, I'm going to mark that comment right there. Man, the comments are deep right now. Oh, my goodness. Look at these comments. Oh, my goodness. Bro, salam, brother. Shout out to you. Listen, I'm so sorry if I can't get through the comments right now. You know, this is obviously a good problem to have. Jonathan Kelsey Sr. says, Abraham, patriarchy of the Jews, was born to the modern day Iraq. Moses got lost heading back to the promised land and invaded Palestine and committed genocide war. Wow, okay. Are you Tajikistan? No, I am. Today is 9/11 because of you. Okay, well, shout out to you on that. I actually started the stream literally on 9 hours and 11 minutes. So, yeah. So, all right, I guess, yeah. The things he talks about are things 75% of Americans believe. There you go. Kush says people are making this about a left versus right. It's likely one mentally unstable person that was offended. Kush, I'm going to mark that comment, right? So not only could it be a person that was, mentally unstable or offended, but it could have been also, I mean, let's be honest, right? An Islamist, right? Let's not forget that the Muslims want to get into this too, right? Man, I'm so sorry, guys. The comments are coming in so rapid right now. He says, there's nothing wrong with packing up and leaving where you can't afford to live. Everyone needs to learn to live within their means. Okay, what is that in reference to? Being poor and crying for choice can change. Stop begging for everyone to fix where you can't go. Opportunity. Stop blaming everyone to fix yourself. Black Shadow says he criticized Israel 2 days ago. Is that right? Is that right, Black Shadows? Is that right that he criticized Israel 2 days ago? Okay, well, Eddie P says boxing, people are getting killed. SMH. Well, I am an MMA and a boxing channel, so Eddie P says you just want to be entertained. You're sheep. I'm not Muslim, but these are realistic points to be brought up. Yes, that is very true. 100%. The edge around here is fuck around and find out. You talk shit, getting hit. Yeah, that's what it is, right? It's the F around and find out type of thing. There is no need to, there is no need for the glaze of a religion anymore. The debate is dead long ago. Accept reality, live in reality. Okay. They released the name. He wasn't Muslim. His name was, okay. A little immature on your part there. River Rat. The only thing that matters is American interest from here on out. Yes. Catalina Badalaris has an ideal because they can disappear, man, but an ideal never. Look at the story, learn from it, because if you do not, you are condemned to repeat it. Freedom. Okay, shout out to you on that power to think and speak without being punished to do so. Those are real heroes and put in Hollywood. They fought for a man who had forced them to have fought. Okay. Raul says, terrorists, are you talking to me? Okay, remembering 9/11, RIP Charlie Kirk. We need to pray for the children and families of Evergreen High School. Remind me what Evergreen High School is again? Oh, no, you Rothschilds put the Israelis that are there. BB, real name, I sent BB. He was born in Ukraine. Yes. Yo, what's up, my G Renegade Brand? Been a while. Sup, man? Shout out to you, Renegade Brand. Shout out to you, my man. Travis J says, why you skipping my messages, champ? Dude, I am so sorry, Travis. If I skipped your... Man, please write it again because, look, I'm having a good problem right now, which is not being able to read all of that. Evergreen was a high school in Colorado that... Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, yes, we can't forget about that as well. Peter Meatwagon says, cooperative separatism has shown that it works if the masses are willing to work together and police their own peoples, take responsibility for their own more than begging for more free. Okay, so Peter Meatwagon, I like that comment right there, right? It's sort of similar to that guy that was on the Hodge Twins podcast who had a white-only facility that he lived at, right? Or an area. Remember me? Yes, I remember you, Renegade Brand. Shout out to you, my man. Bonzi Subby says, would you rather eat a goat baby or matter baby? I mean, that's a dumb question. Adlisa says, hi, how are you, bro? I'm good, doing good, my man. Adisa says, have you been selected today? Either I hacked your account or your breath for a minute. Okay, let's not threaten any hacking accounts here, okay? Iron Gillet's third chin, RIP Charlie. I sell my hole at 7-Eleven. Okay. Malcolm X was a cooperative separatist after coming back from Mecca. Okay. Jesus Christ is the main character in this story. We are side characters. We should know our place. Okay, very interesting comment there. Group B says, you have yet of an example of working anymore. Brian C says, Trump didn't care to attend a funeral of Michelle Hortman, but he's hung up on Charlie. Yeah, because you know what? Charlie absolutely put him in, in office. Wick Lovian says, are you fanatical? Depends on what it is. I'm fanatical about MMA. I'm fanatical about boxing. Peter Meatwagon says, Martin Luther King preached about forced diversity and division. A lot of people in this chat need Jesus. The shock jock commentary is saddening to see, wasting your life in front of you. Yeah, man. Building the top hat says, I like the cheese. When you don't understand the question, that does not make you stupid. Kush Vent says, the guy was trying to make a joke. He wasn't trying to get you to say, what's the matter? Okay, gotcha. Okay. Jonathan Kelsey Jr. acting like Turkey didn't do the same thing to Byzantine, killing everyone in the city. Group B saying that Jesus is real. As a Muslim, I will say Jesus is real. So, yeah. Let's, okay, let's go back to what Luke Thomas is talking about here.
When Luigi Mangione killed the healthcare executive, even if you were one of those people that did not feel a great degree of personal sympathy to the victim in that particular case, trust me when I tell you, you would rather live in a world where your healthcare needs can be more meaningfully addressed than a world where someone...
That's an interesting comment there, Brian C. Charlie cared more about division than unified country. Divided we fall, together we stand. Travis J says, fuck, mate, I get skipped every time. Travis, man, I'm so sorry, brother. Look, this is bigger channel, right? Getting bigger up there. It's a good and bad problem to have. Jovian says, let's respect religions here. Group B, I'm Christian, but I respect Muslim beliefs. Shout out to you, Jovian. Shout out to you on that. Imagine being a libtard, Kenneth says. Who's a libtard? Bot number 1 says, you guys need to find a passion and something to love. Okay, good advice. Charlie was a real leader, according to EH.
A lone gunman decides to then go off executives who run private healthcare companies. And the difference between those two kinds of countries is vast. I was telling Othello this on the way to getting here. Dude, Colombia just had a political assassination. There was a conservative political candidate, Miguel Uribe Turbay, I think was his last name. They called him Uribe, so whatever, his last name was Uribe. He was a conservative. This dude was making, I'm not joking about this, he was making a speech about there's not much of a need or value to gun control when I think it was a 14-year-old kid came and put a bullet in his head. He didn't die at the scene. He actually lived for weeks, but then he succumbed to his injuries more recently. And I'm just sitting there thinking to myself, Charlie Kirk was out there, a conservative, a young guy. Well, by the way, this candidate in Colombia was a very young guy as well. Look up how old he was. Miguel Uribe Turbay, Turbay. Young guy, conservative, in public, talking about gun violence in the country, or what to do about it from a conservative perspective, and then killed. How old was he? 39. So Charlie Kirk and this guy, both 39. Guys, when you hear about political assassinations or political violence in a place like Colombia, what is the first thing that you think about Colombia when you hear that? You think about how weak it is and how dangerous it is and how commonplace that is and what it says about the government's ability to meaningfully solve that particular problem, or really any problem that could even come up. And the parallels to me are ominous. Ominous. You do not want to live in a country that has political violence like this. what it says about the rot of our system is frightening.
Hey, shout out to you, afternoon. Chad R says, I don't understand why they haven't released any footages yet. The reason why is because they don't want any information to be leaked. Obviously, that's just standard procedure by the FBI to maintain their cover and to not let anything leak so that, you know, it can cause, you know, issues with the investigation. Shout outs to Port Chop Point in the afternoon. Wick Livian says, people are tied up to politics and religion and driving mechanisms is social media. Your profile pic is Batman bro out here talking about living in reality. What a spaz. Haha. Okay, I guess that must be in reference to someone. I believe they released a picture of the shooter. Did they? Okay, I have to look that up.
It is frightening. It is frightening. I want to say something that I do think is extremely important to say at this moment, which is, I do not know what the motives are of the shooter. Once again, opportunists on the right have decided that this has to be some kind of left-wing loon. And to be clear, it absolutely could end up being that. But you'll recall, why was Ronald Reagan nearly assassinated? Because John Hinckley was so out of his...
You said that it looks like a skinny white guy with sunglasses? Okay. Yes, Port Chop. Are you talking about the old man that they held in custody and then let go because of, you know, there wasn't anything that they found? They did, however, arrest him for obstruction of justice for what that's worth, so.
Mind, he thought by killing Reagan he could impress Hollywood actress Jodie Foster. Sometimes the motivations behind acts like these are not taken along expressly partisan terms. They can have some...
Guy says, Kirk croaked, oh well. Bronze Wheeler says it was G-A-Y. Does Kyrie El-Kheer stand with Kirk or what? I'm mutual about, I'm pretty neutral about this subject, LS. That's the best way to put it. Bro, you don't even have a profile pic. Kush says, if anything, this shows that the Second Amendment needs to be reevaluated. Nope. Sorry, Kush. Don't talk none of that. No. You can't do that. Okay, you can't do that. Okay, don't touch the Second Amendment. Okay, the guns are not the issue here. Look, man, I'm very neutral about this, but man, there is one thing that I'm not going to be neutral about is no, we're not going to do that. You're not going to take my guns away. None of that. No way. We're not doing none of that. Look, you know, Kush, I'm close to like erase out of all the comments people are saying here. Okay, I'm kind of close of erasing your comment right here. But you know what? I don't agree with it, but I'm going to mark it anyway. Okay, so here's what I just marked right now from Kush, okay? He says, if anything, this shows that the Second Amendment needs to be reevaluated. The Second Amendment was made when guns were laughable compared to now where children can use a severe terror. No, listen, did you know that they had Gatling guns in the Civil War in the 1800s? Okay, so what is the difference between that and a submachine gun or a Gatling gun or a gun with a bunch of drums on it? What is the difference, right? Really, they're bullets, they hurt, and they can do the job. The guy they arrested immediately didn't cooperate with the police, probably because he didn't know what to tell them. It just happened. Yes, that's true. Peter Meatwagon says Israel wishes to stay separated from everyone, yet benefit from the world as if it moves forward like a king. Wow, okay, very powerful message there. I'm going to mark that comment right there. Remember what he did to the Palestinians. Just remember your faith. Shout out to you on that. Hey, at least I don't have a Batman for a profile pic like a 13-year-old. Renegade says, what the F? Why are you ignoring me? No, man, listen, there's like 300 people in here, my man. It's a good problem to have for me. I'm sorry, you know. So what is it? Islam and LGBT? I don't understand what you mean by that. Ghost Shahid says the guns are definitely the issue. I don't agree with that. You know, maybe I've lived in America for so long that I'm so pro-gun. The Second Amendment shall not be infringed. There you go. Yeah, shout outs to Nichols on that one. So Donald Beckham says they found the gun and they do have a palm print of the shooter as well as a photo of him, from what I've heard. Now, I did hear that they do have the palm print, but that's really all about it, right? Guns don't kill people, people do. There you go, Kyle. That's what I'm talking about. Hilo says, okay, are you like insecure? Okay, talking at Jovian. Nah, the guns shouldn't be taken. Yes, okay. So you do have a reasonable take on that. The Second Amendment needs to be protected now more than ever. Jovian says, yeah, but you probably shout like I'm Batman. Bot number 1 says he calls himself the Dark Knight. Renegade Brand says, at Kyle, to be fair, Charlie Kirk would have been killed with a knife. Well, there you go, right? But obviously with a gun, you could get away much quicker. LOL, you skipped my comment. Bro, listen, there's a lot of people in here. I'm sorry. If you really want me to read the comment, write it again for the second time so I can see it from the bottom, okay? Just copy and paste and then type it in. Multiple time violent offenders should not be released multiple times.
Some partisan valence, but maybe they don't altogether. We simply do not know at the moment that I'm speaking to you now. Now, maybe in a day or two or whatever, we will. But as I record this video now, that is not the case. So I want to encourage everyone who is rational and thoughtful and caring and understanding to wait until we have more information before we start trying to make sense of this particular.
Afternoon says ban concrete and rocks. There you go, right? That's the logical argument there. Arbeen Ramondi says, didn't agree with most things about Charlie's stance and the things he said, but what happened to him is tragic but not surprising because the U.S. is crazy these days. Prayers to his family, and I'm Muslim. Shout out to you on that, my fellow Muslim brother. I'm going to mark that comment right there. So, all right.
Particular crime. It is heinous, and it is frightening, and it
8 Light Year says R.I.P. MLK. You have been long in America. Bin Domi says you have been long in America. Since 1996, Australia has had 4 mass shootings. How many has America have? Cajun Spaghetti says hunting, defense, foreign, and domestic sport, defending against animals because our rights are undeniable. Okay.
is violent and nasty.
Storm says R.I.P. Charlie Kirk 2, gang. Renegade Brand says, bro, I sent my comments 4 times and you read the ones above and below it. Brother, listen, this is a very tough deal for me right now. Obviously, this is a news that a lot of people really care about. So it's a little bit different when we're in here talking about MMA and there's only like 10 people in here. There's literally like 100 people in here. Please excuse me. My point is that it is the guns, man. Okay, well, that's your opinion. Both people and the guns. Okay. Cajun says, I was replying to another commenter saying that we do have our rifles all good, trying to keep up with the chat. Okay.
But
what guns kill without an operator? Okay, that's true. Helio High says almost everyone outside of America is just like, oh, another normal day in America. That's true. Kush says, what is your suggestion for not touching the Second Amendment but actually improving the safety of America? Improving the safety of America is having everybody strapped. Now look, the reason why we have the Second Amendment rights is so that the citizens can keep the government in check, right? The government has to make a choice. Hey, you know what? Do we want to rise up against the people with the many guns that we have here? Or do we just try and negotiate with them? So that's really what it is. Fresh Melon Juice says it's not the guns, it's the Democrat guns. Yes. Okay. Big Boars MMA says, Kyrie, how will this incident affect college campuses for future debates? I think a lot of people are probably going to hold back on college debates now, right? Myron Gaines from the Fresh and Fit podcast does these things very similar to that, where he's outside in Miami in the streets, right, with what do you call it, a desk and, you know, a microphone and all of that. And yeah, so, but But so he's thinking about sort of holding back on that a little bit.
What the shooter's motivations are, we simply do not know. And I have seen the situation play out so many times that it doesn't necessarily happen along the partisan contours that you are accustomed to with debates about any other issue. I would also add, and I know what folks on the right are probably going to say at a moment like this, which is now is not the time, but they say that all the time. I just don't know how you can't look at a country like this, experience political violence like it.
KJ Kylie says rocks can be deadly too. That's very true. Yes.
Experienced today, and there was another school shooting today, coinciding with the shooting of Charlie Kirk that took place in Denver. I do not know how many. I think 2 are at least dead there. I don't know what the present situation is. I'm still trying to grapple with all of this, just as all of you are. But they don't want to have a conversation about what is an obvious and real and quite credible culprit, which is we are awash in firearms in this country, and nobody seems to have either the political will or the belief to do anything about it. And as a consequence, people who should not be dying are dying.
There you go. That's Luke Thomas's take on the fact that we should have gun control, as many of you will say. Kyle says, Charlie, may he rest in peace. This isn't a gun debate. It's a moral debate, and Dems have no moral but their own. Well, there you go. E. Plurius Unum says, it's funny to me that every Republican I know has more guns than people in their house. Port shot. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? And they're not out there committing mass shootings unless, of course, you're Timothy McVeigh. But other than that, yeah. The internet in general has made too many people comfortable with not getting busted in the face. Yeah, that's true. That is also true, right? I think, yeah. Charlie the Jerk, according to Scott Duncan. Phoenix is preaching. Mistake. The killer hasn't been caught. How do we know their political persuasion? Right. That's why, man, look, everything that you guys are saying is okay, but, you know, let's back off on the political persuasion of the alleged shooter, of which we really don't know yet. So I'm going to mark that comment right there by mistake right there.
Utah has some laws about permitless carry. Individual universities, I don't know what UVU's rules were about what you were allowed to carry on campus there or not. I know that Utah has, relatively speaking, because of gun violence, unusually high suicide rates. But, you know, I know RFK has recently said SSRIs are the problem, but yet Iceland is on them to a degree much more so than us and doesn't have any of the political problems. Japan is an advanced society that has as many...
He says, guys, are you chatting in a live stream? We are all losers. Haha. No, you're not. I don't think you guys are losers. You guys are helping me by making comments on the comment section. Keep it going. The law does not control reality. No one can kill or rob me. Ooh, that's a fair point right there, right? The law does not control reality. And that's something you guys have to understand about the limits of freedom of speech, right? Is that, yes, the law guarantees that you won't get arrested for freedom of speech, but the law also can't protect you because the police are not your personal bodyguards. The guy was very likely just mentally ill, political, or individual doesn't speak for the party. Yes. Kuma says, after September 23rd, the world will not be the same. Remember, Noah was mocked before the flood. Come to Christ while you still can. I wish you could see what I saw. I mean, look, I think you're just talking a whole bunch of, you know, nonsense there, right? You know, one of these people that claims that they talk to Allah or this and that. Yeah, you're one of those. Luca says, there you go, Kyrie. Shout out to you, Luca. Hilo High says, it's obviously going to be more difficult to buy a gun in America. Where I live, it takes several months of time. Okay. Bought one is literal cranker. Don't even acknowledge them. Okay, so dropping some Bible verses. Rest in peace. Charlie Kirk, not only did he have a wife, but had 2 kids and have to live with his death. We have all the freedom of speech, so his life was taken very sadly. Renegade Brand says, you let thousands of people in dense places in open sunlight This was almost bound to happen. Yeah, the security measures were just not up there. Do not challenge your ops to an open debate with a side stance on what they believe. This will prove me wrong. Tour was going to have a negative impact. Yes. Can you read my comments? Dude, write your comments again because, yeah, look, you know, tired of people blaming mental problems on everything. Of course, there was something wrong with him. He murdered people. Yeah. Sagi Guma says, no, not Allah. Jesus Christ is the only truth. Remember. Okay, whatever. Hilo High says, sorry, it should be more difficult. It was missed by me. Rising Phoenix says, Jesus is king. This isn't a Democrat or Republican issue, Luca says. It clearly doesn't matter what someone's political affiliation is. It comes down to individuals, how far they are willing to go. Acting this way isn't okay. Renegade Brand says, what state are you from? California, my brother.
Part of their culture is, in terms of video.
Yeah, so Kuma keeps saying September 23rd. I don't know what you mean by that.
As we do, these are not the culprits. The culprits are firearms, and if we have no political will to do anything about this, this is not violence that is going to spill over into one ideological camp or the other. Everyone is going to get a lick. Everybody. And then as a parent to somebody who has a daughter, I'm a parent, I have a daughter in
Thank you.
public school, my producer, Othello, same thing. This is a frightening thing that we have to think about all the time.
Kush says, there needs to be more police. They need to be paid more. We need more strict on who the police are. Police are sometimes power-hungry assholes, but we need more police and security. Tripp says, yeah, the most illiterate comments are coming from the mostly profound, stupid to imagine that. Yeah.
Charlie Kirk should be alive today, even if you disagree with his views and you find his worldview ideologically unjustifiable. He should be alive today. He should be able to go home to his family today. And there are many reasons why he cannot. Perhaps mental illness is one of them. Perhaps there are a series of other factors we don't know about yet. But one of them clearly is the fact that there are enough firearms in this country for every man, woman, and child. With that amount...
Chase Lewis, no, they have not confirmed the caliber as of yet. Tripp says, yeah, the most illiterate comments are always the most profoundly stupid that would imagine that. Hilo says, oops, sorry, I meant to say earlier that it should be more difficult to buy guns, in my opinion. The people in America clearly are more violent, so they need more restrictions. Man, I don't know about all that. Like, you say we're more violent than other people around the world. I don't know about that, man. You know, I don't know if Americans are far more violent than any group. Yeah, that's hard for me to... Yeah, that's hard for me to, like, imagine that's what it is, but yeah, okay.
Of ubiquity plus an unwillingness in any kind of way, for the most part, to do anything about their ubiquity or their access or where you can take them or what these weapons specifically can do. We are in...
Yeah, compared to Europe, yeah, I mean, they got violent gangs in Europe as well. Lucas says we could benefit from investing more in helping people with mental health rather than cutting it funding and boosting gun sales. It's a bad combination. Okay, it doesn't take a genius to see that. Okay.
Fighting this kind of violence into our lives.
Ask the UK how gun restrictions are going. Yeah, they still got gun bucking going on over there, right? You know, they still got gangs out there with guns and all of that. So, Cajun Spaghetti says, hello, hi. Yeah, no. Number one, sounds like you are a foreign dude. That's paraphrasing. Per capita, we are nowhere near as violent as the rest of the world. It's why we have rights and you don't. There you go. There you go, right? I'm going to mark that comment right there, Cajun Spaghetti. Shout out to you on that one. Yeah, sure, but on the average. Gordon Headspitch says, the Second Amendment should be protected. Guns don't kill people. People, instead of taking firearms away from the law-abiding citizens, should be looking into better background checks. In the UK, you get more time for a YouTube comment than a hard R. Wow, okay. Venezuela has many restrictions, yet one of the highest crime rates. There you go. There you go. High restrictions, yet very violent. That's a very good point. I'm going to mark that comment right there.
I recognize that what happened here today does not begin and end with this part of the conversation. And for people who say, well, what would you like them to do? What kind of gun laws would you like to pass? My response to
ZZ says, where does Cajun live? Because I'm from the Bay Area. It's a jungle out there. Shout out to the Bay Area. Everybody in the Bay Area, shout out to you, my man. Yeah, it's definitely a jungle out there. Bro probably lives in the suburbs or probably outside of America, perhaps.
that is the same everywhere. Even if you said you did not want to pass anything right now because you could not comfortably be convinced that any one particular measure would work, the RAND Corporation has done a huge amount of study on this, and one conclusion that they have come to about what works and what information we have is that we simply do not have enough information. Only
Cajun says, grew up in New Orleans. Okay, explains the Cajun name. Better area now. I wish I had a suburb childhood. Yeah, I sort of had a combination of both, you know, a little bit of the hood and a little bit of the suburbs. But yeah, Pork Chop Afternoon says, try telling a crackhead robbing you with dry needles about the law. There you go. There you go.
recently.
Right, the law, yes, the laws are there, but it doesn't mean that it's there to protect you. The laws are a reminder for reasonably minded people, and for those that are not reasonably minded, well, you know, you're going to have to face whatever consequences they want to deem, you know, appropriate for you because of what you said, and that's what you have to watch out for. Lucas says, if you had a suburb childhood, you might have been around the Hurricane Katrina. Oh, yeah, I remember that 20 years ago. I hope that you are not one of those people that thinks America is the country with the most freedom. Yeah, I certainly don't think America has the most freedom, but I will say that it's a give and take, right? Like, there are certain freedoms here, and then there isn't, right? Depending on who you ask and what situation we're talking about. We are compared to many other countries according to Phoenix Rising. ZZ says it's definitely not China. Yes, that's definitely true. Definitely not China, but we also don't want it to get there. So the problem is that the law and medical agencies aren't updating databases used for background checks. It's not the law, it's laziness. Rolling Orange says it's a legal system, not a justice system. We need the second because law enforcement isn't going to help save you. Yes. Rolling Orange, I'm going to pin your comment right there. Kush Savant says guns are key to freedom, but saying guns don't kill people, people kill people is clearly not solving anything. There needs to be an actual solution and action taken rather than repeating yourself. Okay. Well, a part of that is taking security measures, I suppose, right? Command VR says, what weapon was used? They don't know yet. The FBI has the weapon in custody right now. He dropped it off at a forest where he was trying to run from. And yeah, what country are you from, Hilo High? Lucas says, right, law enforcement is usually there to respond to crime, not prevent it. Yes, that is really what it is. They are there to respond to crime and not necessarily... you know, yeah, they can't prevent it. I mean, they do have preventative measures, but, you know, that goes with legal actions of warrants, search warrants, being able to tap somebody's phone. You got to be able to go through a judge to do that.
Only recently,
says, Hilo High says, law enforcement should at least try to keep you safe. I actually trust the police in my country. What country are you from again, Hilo High? Let me know.
Since 1996, they had stopped, I think, in the last couple of years. They have resumed congressional funding for firearm violence studying. But it's a drop in the bucket. I think 15, 20 million annually. It's nothing. It needs to be 10 times that amount in order for us to figure out what can we reasonably do to mitigate the violence that comes from the ubiquity of the amount of firearms that we have in this country. Surely I can convince you, surely you could meet me halfway and say, at a bare minimum, isn't this something we should study? Isn't this something that we should prioritize? Isn't this something that we should fund? Not one more child needs to die tomorrow in this country because of gun violence. Not one more person on the left, on the right, whether a polemicist or not, needs to die because of gun violence in this country. And the sad reality is,
Enrique says, not trying to troll, but you look good today. Thank you, my man. Thank you. Thank you for that.
they will. Meet me halfway and at least support the notion that we need vastly more research into what we can do to mitigate and eliminate, no, but certainly mitigate the kind of violence we are.
Thank you, Enrique. Shout out to you, my man. And also, don't forget to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Shout out to everybody around the world.
Wash it, because it enabled some lunatic, partisan actor, whatever you want, an assassin, a murderer today, to take away a father from a family, to take away a dad from a little girl today. And as the dad to a little girl, even if I don't agree with a single...
Dogstar6 says, not everybody that shoots another person has mental illness. Stop making excuses for bad behavior. True. Ellis says, is that John Howley speaking? No, that's Luke Thomas that's speaking. I'm trying to give you guys different perspectives on the people that are covering this. Obviously, this is an MMA guy, but Luke Thomas is also a political commentator. I'm going to show you guys a clip from the streets. What are the streets saying about it, right? What are the Mexicans saying about it? What are the blacks? What are the Samoans and the Asians saying about it? I'm going to get to that.
Effing thing Charlie Kirk ever said, and even if I think some of the policies, the anti-Palestinian rhetoric he went into, the anti-trans rhetoric he went into, and I know.
Hilo says, I live in Western Europe more than... Okay, I gotcha. Oh, yeah, that's right. I was the guy that told you, where I thought you had lived before. Or Roland Orange says, so you don't have a clue what you are talking about and don't want to be called out. Got it. Luca says, the speaker is right. No one of any upbringing or background or beliefs should die, but there's enough people with enough capabilities who disagree. If we all arm and protect ourselves, what kind of society would we be? Yeah, man, I think it's a God-given right to be strapped, right? Because you can't always rely on the police, so...
Know that there are people out there saying, don't we have evidence of him saying that some gun deaths are ultimately, we have to accept it as part of a civilized society. I realize that. That doesn't mean I have to agree with him in any of those points. And it doesn't...
Wow, that is true, right? Charlie Kirk did say that, as a part of, it's just a thing that we have to deal with as a society, right? We're all going to get hit up, and there's going to be shots that are going to be fired, and that's just what it is. I didn't agree with Charlie on every point, but he was a masterful debater. Yes, he was. And here's the thing, right? Just because somebody is masterful at debating, it doesn't mean that they are correct all the time. So let's keep that in perspective. Hilo High says, Roland Orange, if you actually believe that, you are not worth debating too. Okay.
I mean, I think he deserves to be, any rational person thinks he deserves to be the recipient of a murderous intent. This is scary. This is dangerous. Political violence is a mirror letting you know what is happening here. It is a mirror to the rest of you to let you know we're in a bad place. This can spill in so many different directions.
He's right. That is what I'm scared of. Look, this is why I get really nervous when I hear people call out the left, right? Look, we don't know if this was a left-wing shooter, if this was an Islamist, or if this was a hardcore communist, or maybe a foreign agent. I don't know what they would want out of Kirk, out of Charlie Kirk. If you're a foreign intelligence agency, I don't know what they would gain from that, but who knows? Anything is open to interpretation at this point.
So many partisan ways, and I do not know.
Pork Chop says, Mariusz Pudzianowski versus Crow Cop. Who would you bet on? Who? Right now, I would probably go with Crow Cop. Even now, right? Even past his prime. Noah says, this is so despicable. Okay, a little typo arrow there. Charlie's last words were, I do not condone gun violence. No, his last words were gang violence, right? Those were his last words, was gang violence, and then he got hit up.
At this present moment, which of those will happen or what will happen at all. But what I can tell you is this is not about the act of one gunman. This is not just the act of what we do about guns. These acts tell you that you live in a failing political system. We need leaders in Washington and in all the various state capitals who are willing to make good choices, to make changes, to actually do.
Yes, he said counting or not counting gang violence. Yes, he says not counting gang violence. Yes. Charlie was human, at least he seemed real. Fresh Melon Juice Crow Cop versus Brandon Schaub. Ooh, a rematch? I'm gonna yeah, I'll go with Brendan Schaub on a rematch. I think Brendan Schaub has had his number and he has his number overall. So Rolling Orange says, I have no obligation to debate with an idiot. You can believe what you want to if it is complete garbage. Vuk Stavich says, skips mine. You sound clinically insane when you say, my imaginary friend told me I have the right to be strapped. Yeah, we are allowed to be strapped, even if you don't believe in Allah or anything like that. I think it's God. It's a given right, right? It's a God-given right, in my opinion. And for you, it's it's my opinion, my man. You know, we all deserve to be strapped in some kind of way.
Things that materially help the American people.
And look, most people in Western Europe are not going to understand that concept, right? It's just an American way of thinking. It's just how we were brought up. And, you know, and it's just a right that we were given by law. Look, if you were to go in another country and let's say France, and, you know, you had to pay for private health care and you're a Frenchman, I think you would be outraged because you're used to paying or not paying for you know, government assistance health care, right? But here in America, we're not used to that, so we don't really complain if nobody has, you know, a medical thing going on, right? But here, we're used to having guns, so that's what it is. If you don't believe in a Second Amendment's leave, yeah, that's what I'm saying, Phoenix. So you don't, so you have no idea what you're talking about. You're just saying things unchecked. Your ignorance is showing Hilo high. Okay, so a little static going on there. Morgan Highfield says, you can call him an idiot and sling insults. You've already shown enough evidence. You don't know how to debate regardless. Well, there you go. Jay says, one say God-given more of a constitutional right. Yes, godless liberals. That's what I'm saying. Yes, it's a constitutional right. Connor Wiggs, he was still a human being. You don't need to hate on a dude just because you don't care, but don't parade the death of a person. Yes, even if he's your enemy, right? You know, you shouldn't do that. Only God's laws make sense, you blasphemer. Stephen Duke says, it's American propaganda. Afternoon says, Americans have free health care. If you have an emergency, go to the hospital. They will help you even if you don't have insurance. Americans have free. Okay, well, yeah, I guess that is the little loophole there. Connor Wiggy says, what the F? My guy, you need to read my shit right. I'm with Charlie Jovian. My God, okay. Truth Seeker says, are they having a rematch fresh? Okay, in regards to Brandon Schaub, and yeah. Jovian says that Connor, oh wait, I thought you were saying he didn't care about guns. I'm sorry. Afternoon says, God did not make all men created equal. Smith and Wesson did. Ooh, okay. No, you're good, bro, he says. Okay, yeah, that's a good line.
To live in a more cohesive society, to have institutions we can believe in, and playgrounds that kids can go and play in without the risk of violence, or people expressing their political opinions and being shot in the neck publicly for it. It is a mirror. It is a mirror letting you know we are in trouble. More on this later.
All right, so let's hear what my man Hater World. Shout outs to Hater World, to all my Mexican Southsiders, Sureños, all of that. He's got some comments on this. Let's hear what the streets are saying about this.
Check this out.
You may think that an adult that can't stop watching the P word looks something like this, but this is what they're...
Today, Eyewitness News, ABC7, and Hater World Media. All right. Activist Charlie Kirk shot and a Utah college event, bro, around 12 o'clock. I think 12 o'clock or 1. The news started to
Yeah, so that we're literally like in the 24-hour mark from now. ZZ says, just know, let's keep each other safe. Yes, that's true. That never happened according to you. Kush says, anyone not supporting the second are ignorant. I think we need to target the youth education. We need education in morals and mental health for the youth. Clearly, parents are not doing their job right. Yes.
to hit the airwaves, bro. This young man was smoked on national television. Now look, this is no laughing matter, homie, at all. But before we press play on the video, I want to send a big shout out to everybody that's been subscribing and been showing love to the platform. I appreciate you guys 200%. Now, to those that don't know, I'm going to put a link up here. Click on it. It'll take you to our reaction page. We got 2 videos out today. Santa Cruz Upstate Southsiders and Phoenix Las Cuatro Milpas 13 Gang. All right? 2 hood vlogs. Go check them.
ZZ says, what about the girl who got stabbed on the train? No one rushed him. Yeah, man. Yeah, that was really sad and, you know, kind of pathetic of those people to not do anything, in my opinion, right? You know, this was an innocent girl, right? Regardless of race or political opinions or persuasions and things of that matter. Yeah, somebody should have aided this woman.
Come out, go show some love, go support. All right? And other than that, salute to the squad, salute to the day 1s, the day 3s, and the day 4s. We don't discriminate over here. All sides, north, south, east, west, you name it. Salute to everybody, bro.
Shout outs to Emmett, shout outs to Haters World, one of the biggest gang channels in California.
Listen, very quick before we press play on this video, bro. Rest in peace to Charlie Kirk. Nobody deserves to go like that. Especially to go over your thoughts, your opinions, and your feelings. Everybody is entitled to feel how they want to feel. Everyone is entitled to their own opinion. That's
ZZ says, the guys in the comments, what are you fighting about? Connor Wiggy says, just watched it happen. That just watched it happen.
the great thing about living.
Okay, Ellis says, shortly after that train incident, there was another person being crazy on the train who was detained by a citizen who after was arrested for it. People are punished for trying to do the right thing. Yeah, man, I got to look into that story. Hilo High says, maybe you should look over what you just said instead of standing it like a flat earther. Roland Orange says, nothing now he conceded. It's a legal justice system. Yeah, okay.
Living in this country that we all have our opinions and our rights, right? But look, I'm not a political speaking man. I don't know about the left, the right, the red, the blue. I don't know, bro. I don't know about none of that. I always say
the only red and blue that Blue Devil understands is the blue flag that he's got in front of him, which are gang affiliations. And look, this is a very important video that I wanted to show you because I'm going to show you guys different outlooks of how people are viewing this, right? These are from the non-political street people side of things. Hear what he has to say on that. Yeah, the in America objectively suck. Okay. The only punishment is standing in front of the Lord and saying, I did nothing. Yep. Connor Wiggy says, okay, but it's self-defense and not like I did it in cold blood. Why should I get punished for defending someone? Pork Chop says, what should make us a human is the ability to talk and work throughout problems and not killing each other or basic disagreement. Connor Riggy says, why would God punish me for defending someone's life?
Leave that for American children. But I do know what's right is right and what's wrong is wrong.
So in other words, what he said is, you know, when it comes to the politics stuff, leave it to me because I will talk politics with you guys.
And there's a lot of people in the comments being very disgusting towards Charlie and his family. At the end of the day, he got a wife and 2 kids, homie. And whether you didn't like the way he spoke or you didn't like the way he thought, he was still a human being, bro. You know,
Yeah, facts on that, Hater World. Shout out to Hater World on that one.
yeah, I was reading the comments, bro, and I was disgusted by all these wannabe dudes in the chat just running their mouth. But again, he has said some crazy things. He has done.
ZZ says, Charlie was the most normal of debaters. Thomas Cunningham says, why no police check the rooftop? That's a very good question, Thomas, because you know what? I think part of that, I'm going to mark your comment, Thomas. That's a good point, okay? The reason why, Connor Wiggy says exactly, the reason why they didn't check for the rooftop is because they just assumed that everything was safe. You look at Utah, it's not really a violent place, is it? So, you know, they decided, all right, you know what? We'll just, yeah, you know what? We'll just leave it alone, right? Nothing to see here. It's a safe place. Utah is a safe place. Yeah, right. They're not hyper skeptical or cynical about anything, so they just thought it was okay, and this was the unfortunate consequences behind it. Because Chuck wasn't really that important. Okay. Why? Yeah. Or important at all. Okay. Shout out to CB on that one.
Some crazy things. But that man is that man. He's entitled to feel how he wants. Don't mean you gotta get smoked over it. Especially on national TV for the world to see over and over again. He got hit in the neck and then it squirted out. Sad, bro. My nephew sent me the video and I go, bro, quit watching that. Why are you watching that?
You're about to lose $40,000 for your...
Yeah, facts, man. You know, how many of you were watching that video over and over again? Let me know if that affected you in some kind of way watching it over and over again.
Lowest amount.
I go, homie, that ain't good for you, bro. The big one was like, I've only watched it once. And the
ZZ says, never forget, you're not safe either. This happens. Anything can happen. Remember, they shot up the Batman movie. Lawrence Rodriguez says, stop assuming that that God is not real. Yes. Travis J says, look, bro, it's going to be over soon. Ain't no more talking. Kenny Rowland says, if Utah's safe, does that make the desert paradise? Okay. Lucas says they couldn't beat him in a civil discourse, so they silenced him in violence. We don't know if that's the entire case, but it seems to be leaning towards that way. Travis J says, we are not talking. Connor Wiggy says, facts, Lucas. Pancake Face says, I watched it once and I regretted it instantly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? So Hater World was telling his nephew to stop watching it over and over again, and yeah, it is crazy.
The little one was like, I didn't click on it. I go, bro, don't be watching that. You guys are kids. That's just bad for you. That shit'll play with your mental. You guys don't need to be watching that type of shit, bro.
But facts, man. Don't let the kids watch this, bro. Like, if you want to watch it for your own educational purposes, do so. But, man, yeah, keep the kids out of it, man. I agree with Hater World on this one.
That's the world we live in today, 2025, where your death is broadcasted, and then the trolls are the toughest guys in the world. You know.
You hear that? So all of y'all that are speaking bad on Charlie Kirk right now, he's talking to you right now. Okay, this Esse Vato right here from Sutrese is telling y'all that you guys are the trolls right here. So you heard it here first from, you know, the real Sutrese homie right here. Lawrence Rodriguez, that's obviously stance that you haven't been indoctrinated. CB says, maybe, just maybe Chuck shouldn't have made a living off of sowing bigotry, huh? Connor McCory says, they lined homie up. Yeah, they definitely did. Kush says, when death is recorded, it's forever on the dark web. Yeah, for real.
Oh, you come out and you show your face every day. Me, that guy, that guy, that guy. We show our faces. We're in danger 24/7. Everywhere we go. Because somebody might not like what we have said. But the troll...
Facts. This guy right here, for those of you that don't know, man, he pisses off a lot of people in the hip-hop world, in the Chicano, Mexican, SA world, in the Blood and Crip world, because he does reactions to all of them, right? So he's sort of comparing his experience, that very similar to Charlie Kirk, and then on top of that, he actually comes from a world where violence is highly encouraged. So
they get away with acting like they're the toughest. They get away with saying the craziest shit. They get away with running their mouth.
Travis J says, I wish there was a way I could go on stream to really speak my mind. We are tired, bro. Yeah, bro. Hey, check out. There's a lot of things that I want to say also, but I don't, just for self-preservation alone. So, Charlie Kirk looking up at us right now. Wow, with a fire emoji. Wow. Okay, yeah, you guys are brutal. It wouldn't surprise me if this was possibly gang affiliate. If this was possibly gang affiliated. Charlie Kirk, no, this was a political violence. This is definitely not gang related, for sure. Everyone, be good. Love y'all. I'm gonna head out. Shout out to you, CZ. Chrome Content says you looking down. You mean looking down. Okay, no, that's not me. That's Hater World, just so you know. Gang affiliated LOS, us, US government gang. Okay. Datwunga says, funny, the same people who cry out blaming the victim when people remark on why women in Central Park alone at 2 a.m. are the ones saying Kirk shouldn't have said this openly. Appreciate letting me voice my opinion. Yeah, shout out to you, ZZ. O9 Master says, my comments keep getting deleted. Yeah, well, I don't know what you're saying. Maybe one of my moderators is saying, is deleting you because maybe you're saying something that is off the wall. I don't know. But, you know, obviously the comments are, you know, coming in hot right now. Chrome says, no, I was talking to Juicy. Juicy implied he was in hell, but low-key. Got it, okay. Not saying that he is involved in gangs directly, but the possibly wanted to silence him. There could be many things. Okay, I see what you're saying, Kush. Lucas says, blaming the victim, straw man. No one says that. Your mod is touch aggressive right now, but it's cooling. Your mod is a bit aggressive right now. Okay. Well, I mean, you guys are probably aggressive on the comments because remember, look, I may agree or disagree with your comments, but at the same time, I can't let it, be too hot. You know what I mean? Because, you know, by the end of the day, we work for YouTube, and that's that. So, pancake face on the bullet and went through Charlie's neck. Yeah.
Mouth. And then they hide because no...
That's why I said it's cooling, man. I get it. Yeah. I gotcha. Yeah, the bullet case up.
Nobody knows what they look like. You could be standing next to somebody that wants to smoke you. And you don't know what they want to smoke you because you don't know what they look like. You know, yesterday I did a video reaction to Lucky Stevens, Kelly Legends Media. And you guys read the comments. We read the comments. I could be standing at Target in line to pay.
Travis J says, but please understand the energy is hot right now. And it's not cooling off anytime soon. That's all we done. Yeah, gotcha. Pancake says, look it up if you don't believe me. It's on mainstream media. Okay. Connor Wiggy says, Juice, where you go, little boy. Juice, where you go, little boy. Hilo says, bro, you keep skipping my comments and then reading the next one. I'm sorry, man. There's a lot of comments like coming right now. You got to excuse me on that one. But guys, hit a super chat. If you guys want me to read your comment, hit a super chat. you know, it won't cost you that much. You know what I mean? Like maybe drop $5, you know, $6, $7, something like that. You know, I'm sorry. It's just the comments are coming in really fast.
Hey, and one of them dudes could be behind me.
Travis J says, you're a good fella, man. I'll be around again, but it's crazy. It's a critical mass at this point. Yeah. Debbie says, R.I.P. Charlie Kirk. Kenny Rowland says, it's sad that the government will cover it up and we may never know. Oh, I don't know if they'll cover it up. I mean, the feds are hot on this case right now. They did find a gun. They did find a handprint, but now they got to, you know, find forensic evidence. And yeah, we'll see how this goes. It's insane how many people believe everything is a conspiracy because they don't get out much. I think that's really what it comes down to.
And I don't even know. But they know who I am because I'm not afraid. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen. And I'm sure Charlie felt the same way. But look, it's not about me. It's not about these weird-ass trolls. Let's press play on the video, bro. And what
That's right. It ain't about me, Kyrie Abu El-Kheer. It ain't about Blue Devil Hater World or you trolls in the chats or in his chats. It's about this. All right. Shout out to Hater
said
World.
Everything I needed to say. So if I need to punch in, I will. If I don't, then I'll catch you guys on tonight's live broadcast, 7 p.m.
Breaking news at 5 o'clock. Conservative political activist Charlie Kirk has died after being shot, and the shooter is still not in custody. We know Kirk was speaking at an outdoor event at Utah Valley University, where he was invited by a student group.
And video shows
violence.
Great. Yeah, video shows the moment the shot rang out. Eyewitnesses describe seeing blood pouring from his neck and people screaming, run.
At first, I thought it hit his chest, and then it bounced into his neck because you could see his chest go, wow. You know, his chest, like, it popped out, and then his neck started squirting blood.
Who wants to kick us off?
Lefty Green says it's almost like he made his bed and laid in it. It's not right, but it's ironic. Rest in piss, Chuck, according to CB. Connor Wiggy says Lefty was also ironic that this is the Democrat or trans. Now that's very ironic, Connor Wiggy says, because they're all the party of peace and love, right?
Today.
Get a little commercial going on here.
Kevlar. So that does happen. You know, sometimes they ricochet off the bulletproof vest. But nah, bro, it got them right here. And the crazy part about it is that they were talking about shooters. They were talking about violence. They were talking about mass. And they got them.
For their lives.
Everyone immediately started screaming. The security guard next to Charlie grabbed him, pulled him down. They ran back. People started fleeing.
Kirk, a polarizing political figure, and his visit had been controversial.
Hilo says both extremes are crazy, obviously. You know, that's very ironic. Kenny Rowland says, I'm sorry that Charlie's family has to lose a better man. They have to feel the pain. Yeah, man, this is not, yeah, this is very tragic for sure.
A petition had been circulating online, asking for the university to stop him from speaking. This was the first stop on a 14-city...
Yo, how about this, right? The university had sent a petition to stop him from speaking, right? Now imagine, if they were actually successful at it, this would have never happened. Imagine that. Imagine that, right? Lucas says both extremes are crazy, but there is no room left for moderation anymore. Yes. Connor Wiggy says it's a big difference.
The American Comeback Tour.
Yeah, hey, on the chat, let me know what you guys think about that, right? What would have happened if they actually obliged with the petition that the students were protesting to not have them there? None of this would have happened, right? Let's think about that. That is an interesting point. Lefty Green says that's not ironic. That's been the case, but fighting to keep guns only to get capped by one is just an ironic fact. Okay.
President Trump posting moments ago, sending his sympathies to his family and saying he admired Kirk. Kirk was described as a powerful force for the Trump administration, a so-called youth influencer. He was a rising star for the party and someone the president turned to for advice.
We have several reports tonight, starting with Eyewitness News reporter Dan Krauth in the newsroom with more on this search for the shooter that...
You guys ever watch them the movies where all kinds of internal shit is happening in the government? And
he says, yeah, probably, but we can't go back in time. Michael Collins says, this is the outcome when you debate the mentally ill. Sad times in our country. Yeah, you know what, Michael Collins, I'm going to mark that comment right there, right? So do you think that Charlie Kirk sort of went after, you know, people that are a bit mentally ill, and maybe it was the wrong demographic that he was debating against? Let me know what you think about that.
And us as the public, we don't even know. You know, like, you've ever seen those movies where...
Brandon says, I don't understand why this is getting so much attention. This got 20 times more coverage than the recently Wesley Lapton murder. Okay. Dat Wangu says, we can't just censor different ideas because it would have saved this life one time. It'd make it educational centers where people think that the ideas aren't challenged and they don't think critically. Okay, so, yeah, man, but you know what? You know, there's the argument also that, hey, maybe it could have been like, you know, what do you call it? Inciting riots of some sort, right? This is sort of in that category, right? Thinking that's ironic shows your lack of understanding. Using a gun to silence someone for being pro-Second Amendment is hypocritical. Pancake says, sounds like censoring. He definitely debate the unstable of these campuses. Yeah, and he gives everyone a fair chance to speak. He does. We'll give him that. Moreno B says, is that Blue Devil's voice in the video you're playing? Yes, it is, my man. I'm showing different perspectives on it, right? People that are highly educated on politics, and then people that don't care about politics, but also have experience in gun violence, right? So yes, it is Blue Devil. Shout outs to Blue Devil on that one. It seems like more of a distraction was going up and down for people trying to push this stuff like that to make it a right versus left. Seems like a distraction to me. Vincent Robinson said he talked to everyday people. It gets attention because millions on millions love Charlie. Pancake, he's not promoting violence. Wiggy, not really what you just said. Dat Guandu says, having a conversation with differing ideas isn't inciting a riot. When is personal responsibility come into the equation? Well, here's the thing. We don't know who's personally responsible yet, right? So Moreno B says, oh, okay, just turned on your live. Shout out to you, Moreno B. Connor Wiggy says, you're telling me they didn't kill him for that, what he was saying. Hilo High says, I saw him shutting people down before speaking over them.
Where the president's not even the president. There's somebody really running it. He's just the face of it. And then they got all these people in the government killing each other over...
Adam Fournette says it's not about the kids. Connor Wiggy says, well, yeah, because they're spewing a bunch of ish, usually that talk shit for 5 minutes straight. I just watched this video fully, and he's also very respectful. Don't judge if you don't watch this. Moreno B says hi. Shout out to you. CB says it's not about the kids. Michael Collins says he spoke the truth to people that believe the lies that he pushes.
He knows info, he knows info. This is what that is, bro. All this is an inside job, bro. All of this is inside job. We see it in the movies, bro. We see it in the movies where the government official tells somebody else, hey, bro, we need this guy gone. We need this guy gone by tomorrow. And then they get a shooter.
Kylie says a house divided always falls. Yes.
Murk somebody.
Canon Video says leave her alone.
And now that shooter is also wanted because he knows. And it's a game that don't ever end, bro.
Brandon says, don't trust the narratives and ideas. Blackstone real estate executives recently got murdered after Luigi stuff, and they downplayed that and misdirected like no one's business. Oh, yeah, you're talking about the NFL shooting, right?
The government is dirty, fool. All this is a game. You know, it's all
Richard Crosby says folks are already jumping to conclusions. Yup.
A movie.
Continues at this hour, Dan. Mike.
Brandon says NFL with quotation marks and has an LOL.
Today, right now, police and the FBI are on the ground searching for the gunman in Utah who is still unaccounted for. The person was just about 200 yards away at the time of the shooting. Charlie Kirk was considered an extended member of President Trump's family and continuously praised for getting young people to vote in the 2024 election.
My name is Cameron Salo. I'm Dylan Salo, and we're currently...
Connor Wiggy says, but look at the people celebrating his death. Which side would you want to be on? Connor Wiggy says, not even like a side. I'm just saying, like, you should see bad versus good. I'm neither side. Hilo High says, yeah, I agree with that notion right there.
Kirk's fall speaking tour called the American Comeback Tour at Utah Valley University. He was answering a question about gun violence when a gunman fired a
He is for apartheid. Don Trump says hi. Shout out to Don Trump. The fake Don Trump, obviously.
Single shot from the crowd. We stopped the video before the shot was fired.
As soon as he was hit, he fell backwards, went to the side. The audience went to their knees.
I saw all the crowd running as fast as...
He says, I don't think we should be picking sides when it's inherently evil. Drunk Nord says, there is no side, just rich versus poor. Connor Wiggy says, I mean, look at Kill Tony, Hilo, and then tell me if Charlie is so bad.
As I could, and I was worried about people trampling each other. And I saw...
Yeah, Kill Tony's pretty crazy. He supported Israel. No, he did. Yes, he did support Israel.
Two girls, two college-age girls, that were, one was having a panic attack.
Kirk founded Turning Point USA, a conservative youth organization, and has millions of followers on social media. His speaking engagements at campuses have been tense before, sparking protests and counter-protests, but nothing like this. It was an open-air event today that was not limited to just students, something former NYPD Chief of Detectives Robert Boyce says was a big problem.
Is it open to outside people? And that's something you can't control. Secondly, going back to the outside venue, and a controversial person speaking in any way, with any kind of petition, any outside threats we don't know right now, you really can't have it outside. You have to have a door to control.
Connor Wiggy says, I don't know, but it just shows that Carly was not a bad person. There's so many others that do worse. Yes. Rock7 says, R.I.P. Charlie Kirk. John Steele says, do you think it was a mistake to make fun of lawmakers from Minnesota who were assassinated? Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Lucas says, Drunk Nord, no one is rich. No one is rich. Another is poor is to blame Odin. The sad is that he died, but we as a country need to thread carefully. Old men start wars, but young men fight them and die. Yes. Blackwell's sub says, prayers and thoughts to everyone involved. May you find humanity that brings us together. Don't follow the rabbit down the hole of evil thoughts and actions. Always work on morals and values. Vince Robertson says, laws and culture are ways of life is more important than the NFL or any entertainment. How can people really think that it's an empty inside job that's deemed? John, what the F are you talking about? Diane says, R.I.P. Charlie Kirk. Dan Malone says, anyone who is happy about this doesn't have a soul. Connor Wiggy says, facts, evil monsters. Richard Crosby says, someone who is represented to the public as a great guy often has a hidden skeleton. Okay. Connor Wiggy says, that's the difference. Edgar Real Jr. says, my soul died years ago. As Kirk said, empathy is a new age made-up term. Wow. Wow. Okay, he said empathy is a new... Wow, okay. Very interesting. Hilo High says, prove that there is a soul. Stop spreading information. Why you skip my comment? Bro, I'm sorry. This is the first time that, that I'm sort of like dealing with a huge number of people that are in here. I'm so sorry that I skipped your comment. It's just a lot. I'm sorry. You write it again so I can read it, okay? Or send me a super chat, okay? Send me a super chat so I can read it. This stream is disgusting. Explain why. Explain why this stream is disgusting. Oh no, I seem to be giving a pretty objective view takes on these particular matters. I've condemned the death. I thought that the death was horrible. I don't think that anyone should die like that. I've already said that. What more do you want? Lucas says, if you don't consider false flag after the way the FBI did Trump, you are demented. Edgar, so dark and cool, bro. Yeah, empathy is an emotion, not a virtue. Donnie says he died doing what he loved, telling people about Jesus and speaking to the youth. R.I.P.
Congressional leaders on both sides of the aisle are condemning political.
Kush says empathy is a form of intelligence and morality. Very true, yes. And yes, Charlie Kirk did say that about empathy, so...
violence and calling for...
Kirk also was pushing the Epstein files and information. I mean, who wasn't, right? That's a given. That's like if you want to be popular in the political realm, you push for the Epstein files. In September 2025, a discussion about Bill Clinton's comments on empathy from the 1990s, Kirk stated on how his show that he preferred sympathy to empathy. Okay. Lisa Golden says, R.I.P. Kirk. I love watching his debates show common sense. Died long ago. Kirk wouldn't want us to weaken ourselves with empathy. Peter Tishkov says they want commotion. They want us to fight between each other. They just did this. Rest in peace, brother. A lack of empathy is a symptom of sociopathic personality. Leafy Green says, I appreciate the stream, but the political banter from all the sensitive ones in here. Shit happens, moving on. Brandon says, Peter said it. Hilo High says, needs to go hide in his bat cave. Okay. Terry Perry says, yeah, because anyone who doesn't agree, who's actually capable of independent thinking, there's a soulless devil, enemy, etc. Richard Crosby, someone who presented himself to the public as a great guy, often hides in skeletons. John Steele says, anyone calling for retaliation is just bad or worse than a shooter. TKO, shout out to you, my man. Shout out to you, Nas. We can agree to disagree, but one thing we can agree on is that he spoke for us parents to protect our children in schools after our school is being hijacked by some filthy people. Yes, that is one thing that I do agree with Charlie Kirk on, right? Farrell says people are mourning Charlie Kirk's death like rooting for Goliath over David. He is a fallen angel complaining about the mess on earth after the sedacious rebellion in heaven. Comical, ironic. Vince says empathy is a new age. It's an excuse for those who want sympathy. John Steele says never forget about the Epstein files and Trump's love letter to Jeffrey. Wow, okay. Connor Wiggy says Sandboy to a protect. Okay, do you think it was a mistake to make? Do you think it was a mistake to make fun of lawmakers in Minnesota? Yes, it is. Yes. Okay, so John Steele says, I answered that. Yes, it's absolutely a mistake. Yes.
Prayers. The governor of Utah, where the event took place, saying those responsible will be held fully accountable. Violence has no place.
No con will answer me because they're all cowards. Vincent Robertson says, Richard, can you have a skeleton under the camera scrutiny? The public eye consistently 2A protects freedom and lives private property is an afterthought. CB says, I made fun of you, Connor. Senor Spicy Boy says, do you think they got him with a Kobe kamikaze copter? Hilo High says, that's been saying nothing burger comments. John Steele, I guess no one is celebrating the death of Kirk either. Your freedom and life is your property.
In our public life.
Hey, bro, listen. The fool that did it, for sure, had to be a trained sniper. You know, he had to be a sharp shooter. And I believe he was aiming for his head. I believe he was aiming for this. You know, or this. You know what? Could be more towards the heart.
Mike O says, in April 2023, following a mass shooting at Nashville, Kirk stated that some gun deaths are unavoidable costs of preserving gun rights. Yeah, that's crazy, isn't it, Mike O? I'm going to mark your comment right there, man, because that is quite ironic that, you know, it is like that. Elizabeth says, America has broke my heart. Well, is America that has broke your heart, or the actions of some extremist, right? But I get what you're saying, though, right? Our country is heading in a wrong path, and this is sort of a mirror to that. Colin McCollin says he was wearing a bulletproof vest. They were aiming for the head. Was he? Oh, was he wearing a vest? I didn't know that. Okay. I checked out the angle on Google Earth. The shooter is lucky that they had an angle from his position. It took, to me, it looked like it bounced off this bulletproof vest and went into his neck. As you watch the video, it could have hit his chest and then his neck. Okay. Ghost Writer USMC, shout out to you. All these people comment on the death of the great Charlie Kirk. So where is your support for the crime in Chicago, Baltimore, New York crime? Okay, very good point. I'm going to mark that comment right there, Devil Dog. I think we aiming for the head as well, but maybe aiming for the neck. Pushvan says, I could have said the same thing. Joshua Hawkins, a trained sniper would not have missed that mark at 200 yards. This was someone who was upset with another for practicing their given right as an American. John Steele, do you think? Yeah, it was a mistake. I answered that question, John. Adam T says, what happened to Kirk is going to start something that we should all worry about. Ooh, yeah, Adam T, you're right about that. Colin says, will a trained sniper be using a revolver either? Kirk did say some gun deaths are inevitable, and he wouldn't take it back. Well, there it is, right? Kirk croaked, oh, well, you think the SF Giants will make the playoffs? Wow, okay, a bit of some insight. I'm not much of a baseball guy, my man. You know, he's like, are you a plant? Am I a plant? What do you mean by that? I don't understand what you mean by that. Like, you people live in this world of conspiracies where you think everything is a plant, but...
Because he got him, you know, I believe he was aiming for the heart. He got him dirty, bro. Young man, too. And you know what I was thinking? They probably knew this fool's gonna run for president soon enough. And they don't want...
What? Yo! I never thought about that. What about that, right? You know what? I think the age requirement to run for president is 35. Yeah, Charlie Kirk would have absolutely ran for president for sure. Mass shooting of a death in Kirk stated that. Okay, so let's see here. Connor Wiggy says, yeah, 35. Yeah, you got to be 35. He's 31. He would have been a president for sure. William Chester says, yeah. Okay, Connor says, John, don't shoot him because he likes the Giants. It's okay not to like the same thing. Richard Crosby says, not everyone has some skeletals. No one is perfect. No one is good. Isn't that what Christ said? Kilimanjaro says, Charlie just lost debate to that British guy. Which British guy? Connor, I'm not a MAGA terrorist going after lawmakers. FBA, Kush Boy, 420. Okay, shout out to FBA, Kush Boy. Connor, yeah, are you, Daffo? They say asking, it must be water, have ran one 7 to 15 years. I like your chat. I'm going to subscribe. Thank you, Lily. Connor Wiggy says, John, don't shoot him because he likes to... Okay, we read that part. Yeah, don't spam that, my man. Yeah, don't be spamming that. I think he means Parker, but I don't think Parker is British. Piggly Wiggly had a stroke. John, don't shoot him because the Giants, it's okay to not like the same thing. I know it's hard for y'all to not pick up a gun. Connor is having a meltdown.
Another Trump 2.0. Listen, bro, it's a sad situation. All right. To those that feel to dislike this man, that's cool. That's your opinion. Dislike him.
John Steele says, Jews, Christians, and Muslims worship the same God, and it shows. Okay, very good point there.
Say what you will. It's all good. I don't care. I'm for what's right, and I really feel that they did him dirty. So leave your comments down below. Leave your thoughts down below. Rest in peace to Charlie. And with that being said,
the guy behind The Voice, let me give you a little bit of some synopsis behind this guy, right? You know, so he's a Sureño, well, a Southside Mexican gang member. He was allegedly involved in human, not human trafficking, but human transport. I mean, he was like working with, you know, people in the borders to, you know, do that. Allegedly, at least that's what they say, right? But it's all, I'm not snitching. It's literally out. Like, look up Hater World, right? The truth about Hater World. It's literally out there. John over here, single at 42. Damn, okay. Yeah, so neighbor, it ain't snitching or anything. This is literally like public information. That's why I say allegedly. Obviously, he hasn't gone to prison for it, but yeah, you know, ain't no snitching here, my man. Agree Substance says R.I.P. CK. Are you saying R.I.P. to Charlie Kirk, or are you saying CK as in like, you know, a gang insignia? So Niebuhr says, yeah, okay. Yeah, it's not. You know, that's public information. This is what people know Hater World to be. Wow, man. This right here has been my highest viewed stream ever, right? We are at 20,000 K right now on these views, and shout out to everybody around the world that has helped me, you know, make that happen, helped me make that possible, and I think we're gonna keep on going, right? Let's hear what other people had to say about this particular topic, how Charlie Kirk became an influential voice for the young. Okay, so let's hear.
We begin this morning with a Fox News alert. Right now, a manhunt underway for the assassin who shot and killed conservative political icon Charlie Kirk during a campus event in Utah.
The 31-year-old co-founder of Turning Point USA was struck by
Lisa Golden says, do you think the death of Kirk will spark an uprising? I think it will. The thing is, though, it's very much misdirected. Oh, what is this? Just in, an FBI just shared images of the person of interest. Hold up. We got something here.
I want to pivot away just from ad libraries.
Hold up, guys. We got something here. We got something here.
Is absolutely something you should be trying.
Well, from reports and particularly our own correspondence, things are tightening around the man who they think is the assassin. They are trying to catch him for killing conservative icon Charlie Kirk at a college event in Utah yesterday. It's not still been 24 hours, and the FBI is moving.
CB says it was Eric Trump. Man, get out of here, Eric Trump. Leave Eric Trump out of this, bro.
Moving quickly now with some details and evidence that they picked up in the last hour or so. And it's revealing this morning that images of the shooter exist, and you can see those images on your screen right now. If anyone has any information on this person of interest, please contact the FBI. 1-800-CALL-FBI, and we'll get that up on all of our social platforms immediately. Authorities are saying they have been able to track the suspect's movements and have recovered the high-power rifle officials say they believe the shooter used in the attack. The FBI is confident it will be able to catch this person. Sources close to Fox News also confirm investigators are looking into what appears to be messages that are written both on the gun and the shell casings, recovered by authorities just in the last 35 minutes or so. Bill Mallusion has that part of our story. The content of those messages, though, is still unclear. At least they have not revealed them to us in the wider media. This is Outnumbered. I'm Harris Faulkner, here with my co-hosts, Emily Campagno and Kayleigh McEnany. Also joining us today, Laura Trump, host of My View with Laura Trump, and Lawrence Jones, co-host of Fox and Friends. First, let's go to CB Cotton and get the very latest at Utah Valley University. CB.
Man, it don't look like no Barron Trump, man. Y'all wilding in the chats right now.
Hi, Harris. Well, multiple sources have told Fox News about the messages that appear to be left behind on both the ammunition and firearm recovered from the scene of Charlie Kirk's assassination. So far, the FBI, as you mentioned, has declined to comment on this, but what the agency is saying is that they've got lots of good video of the killer's path on this campus.
We have tracked his movements onto the campus, through the stairwells, up to the roof, across the roof to a shooting location. We do have good video footage of this individual. We are not going to release that at this time.
So a lot of people are sort of in an uprise right now of why the FBI has decided to not release the footage of this guy. But, you know, there's a good reason for that. Killer looks like a loser that plays COD nonstop. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? But I don't know, man. We can't really tell much. Obviously, he had glasses on. He had an American shirt on with a gun on it, right? Which kind of shows maybe he was, you know, a bit of a gun enthusiast or something like that. Or I don't know. Maybe he was. Look, let me preface this for you guys, right? It could be a couple of things, a couple of reasons, or a couple of people that are in mind, right? Number one, my number one suspect would be the Islamist, right? It could be a Muslim, and me as a Muslim guy telling you that is a reality. The other side of it, it could be a white supremacist. We always say that the right now, the MAGA movement is sort of divided, right? There's the pro-Israel side, and then there's the anti-Israel side. Guess where a lot of the white nationalists are going to fall under? They're going to fall under the anti-Israel side. So as a result of that, it could be a possibility of a right-wing guy going after Charlie Kirk. Remember, it's not far-fetched to believe that Charlie Kirk could be targeted by other right-wing people as well. William Smith says, Jesse, stop telling people how to talk. Grant Sims, hey, Knockout, why don't you show some respect? Oh, okay, Charlie Kirk went to hell too early. Wow. Man, everybody is going hard on the comments right now. And look, I welcome it. I don't have to necessarily agree with your comments, but I welcome it. Peter Tishkov says, stay strong and be sober-minded. Bend together and let's fight evil. Vince says, the MAGA movement isn't divided. That's a propaganda. They are, bro. They are. The reason why they're divided is because of Israel. There's a lot of conservatives that don't like Israel. You know, I'm sorry to tell you that, but that's a fact. Kirk spoke against Islam and Israel. He did. And that is the reason why it is a possibility that the suspect could be of a Muslim background. Free America from the AIPAC. Yep, your beard is like your... Okay, I'm going to get rid of you. Well, not get rid of you, but I'm going to get rid of your comment because it's a stupid comment to make in the first place. Stanhope says, love Charlie Kirk, stop the killing when you disagree. Yes. Elise says, there's a reason why he was assassinated and Trump had multiple attempts. It matters is that you say towards the people how you treat them, i.e. gender rights, human rights, everything in general. Okay. Being divided about Israel or a specific topic doesn't mean they are divided. It's enough to divide them, trust me. Look at the Hodge twins and Candace Owens. There is a clear divide in there, right? And the Hodge twins and Candace Owens are pretty big names in the conservative movement. So there you go. We still want those Epstein files, though. Shout out to FBA on that one. Doobster TV says, people shouldn't be scared for their opinion in America. Y'all mother effers are celebrating this on social media are disgusting and don't know and don't want, and y'all don't know what you're actually asking for. Chris at Charlie's napping. Damn, bro, y'all are vicious in the comments right now.
Agents say the shooter got on campus less than an hour before assassinating 31-year-old.
Yeah, CB says the Hodge twins are top-notch grifters. Okay, care to explain that a little bit? Candace Owens is a conspiracy theorist. Doesn't mean that she's wrong.
Charlie Kirk, who was visiting Utah Valley University in Orem, which is about an hour away from Salt Lake City. The FBI says the gunman blended in well on campus and appeared...
Pete says, I grew up in the 80s. I've never seen this country so effed up. Yeah, man. Yeah, shout outs to Pete, man. Let me know what part of the world you are from. I feel like Pete F. I feel like I know someone named Pete. But let me know if you are the Pete that I think you are, But John Steele says, do you think it was a mistake? Yeah, bro, you asked that question already. It was a mistake, bro. It was a mistake to make fun of those lawmakers, for sure. Jesus is the only way the Father and was killed because of his faith and influence. Yeah, let's not compare Kirk to Jesus, peace be upon him here, right? A little blasphemous, if you ask me. The shooting was done with a hunting rifle bolt action 36, a high capacity R style rifle. Okay. The truths can exist at the same time. Charlie did not deserve violence, and Charlie was a terrible human being. I'm going to mark that comment right there, right? That's very important to understand. He didn't deserve violence, but he was also a terrible human being, and that's just the reality of it. Look, here's something you guys got to understand that I think is really worth understanding, right? A true good man and a legend, Elise says. Richard Crosby says it's definitely a right-wing dude. Yeah, it's definitely that's what I'm saying, right? A right-wing dude that doesn't like Israel. So I grew up in New York City, bro. Okay, shout out to you. Oh, okay, so you're East Coast guy. Okay, I'm an East Coast guy too, so maybe we ran across each other. What makes a human terrible or horrible? Connor, I don't think you get much. Connor Wiggy says, yeah, Elise, he was evil himself, eating bats and all that shit was weirdo. Lisa Golden says, possible to trace the rifle series to a number of murder. Grant Gasman says, what makes him a terrible human being? Hodge Twins and Candace Owens should be with Charlie today. Yeah. But you think Charlie was worse than that? Okay. John Connor says, who is good? Who is righteous? Gab Romero says, dude, don't get edged. He gets rounds off. He's a terrible human being because of different opinions. What does this say? It looks like Charlie won't be harassing teenage college students anymore. Dang, bro. Damn, you guys are vicious with these comments. Exactly. Y'all took the one fighting for both sides are. Charlie is sitting right beside our father, the righteous, right now. Who gives a F? He liked and disliked. He was talking, does not deserve to die. Speaking to kids, lost fathers, and a woman lost her husband, and if our parents are still around. I have sympathy for his family. Every time I see the videos, I'm reminded of how inflammatory, rage baiter, and repulsive he was, all while having the most condescending look on his face. Yeah, that's definitely true. It was a mistake to make fun of lawmakers from Minnesota who were assassinated. Some of the most vile people are showing who they are, the true demons on this planet. James Hayes says, pathetic, sad, lonely people with no families in here. Are y'all pathetic? Look, so that's the thing, right? You guys would be surprised that there are people out there who are winners in life that are saying crazy things about Charlie Kirk, right? They make this assumption that you must be a loser if you had something to say about Charlie Kirk. I mean, that's not necessarily the case. Condensation is not a reason for murder. Yes, that is very true.
Appears to be college aged.
Upgrade 101 says, we are all Charlie Kirk. Now I am Charlie Kirk. Johnny Presley says, absolutely disgusting. He only ever spoke the truth, which upset people. Now he's being martyred for it.
Agents say he wore all.
What's so nauseating is the reason these people are getting marked. Duh. Random man was a terrible person due to his opinions. Just wondering, could you elaborate what made him bad? Get it together. Wake up, America. Emily Frotch says he chose words, not violence. Yeah, he's not a violent person, is he, right? Elizabeth says, I am Charlie Kirk because I can speak up. Bebop says it's his own fault. His kids are going to grow up without a father because he needed to feel important. Dang, bro, you guys are vicious in this one. What made him a terrible person? Yeah, so people are asking what made him a terrible person. Do you think it was a mistake to make fun of the lawmakers? Okay, stop it with that. Pete F. All these people effing on Charlie are probably kids who never experienced life. These new generation kids, yeah, maybe, right? Because even though I disagreed with a lot of the comments that Charlie Kirk had made, yeah, I kind of agree with you on that. Are you effing crazy? Wow, man. 99% of these people are only vicious online. Yeah, that's true.
Tactical gear as he fired off the fatal shot from about 200 yards away towards the stage where Kirk had just started answering a question from someone in the crowd. After the shooting, the suspect ran off into a neighborhood, according to FBI agents who say they found a high-powered bolt-action rifle in a wooded area. Other clues were also left behind.
Investigators have also collected footwear impression, a palm print, and forearm imprints for analysis.
Charlie, Dragon says, Charlie always gave the opportunity of the opposite side to speak. He listened. He was fair. It was obvious most of you have never actually watched his videos fully, only paid attention to the clicking. Yes, that is true. There is a clickbait aspect of that. Aiden says, regardless of whether you agree or disagree with his opinions of being shot, your opinions isn't what this country is supposed to be.
The FBI is also asking for anyone with photos or videos to please share those with the agency. And moments ago, the FBI also released a new photo saying this could be a person of interest in this case. I know our show producers are going to work diligently to share that image with our viewers. Harris, back over to you.
Yeah, and we are putting up that image.
Here we go, right here. So this is the guy right here. This is the guy. It is a person of interest, but they hate Charlie for speaking his mind. The ones who supposedly hate censorship are happy that he cannot speak his opinions anymore. Hypocrisy much. Yeah, I'm from Austria and can't believe what is going on. He was always fair and Austria or okay, Austria, right? Not Australia. Got it. Austria. Yes, shout out to Austria, man. Shout out to everybody out there. Charlie was about getting paid. Yes. So are you saying that he didn't really have any strong political motivations, but rather just, you know,
image of the person of interest CV right now, and we will continue to do that. They are looking for the public's help now. They have obviously tightened their net around this suspect, and the public can be of immediate help just in cutting the timeline. They are going to get this guy. 800 call FBI, and the image that you want to keep, that we'll keep up on the screen as long as possible, is there too. We're also, and I'm kind of saying this to you, but also asking our team wider who's listening to flood our social media with this. All platforms are outnumbered right now as well. Lawrence, well, none of us slept last night, but you were up on the air earlier than anybody here on the couch. And this day has gone rapidly different than maybe some people had thought. And it's in a very good way. We're getting more information. We might be close to getting a suspected assassin.
Well, earlier this morning, there was a lot of trepidation for me, particularly, even though a lot of people that I know and love and respect work at the FBI, that we hadn't got a photo. Because that's the first step right here. Injustice is identifying who this person is.
Listen, so William Chester, you said that it's crazy that you guys are saying that it's a person on a right wing is a crazy take. It's not a crazy take. I'm going to tell you why this is not a crazy take. Because look, there are a lot of right wing people that don't like Israel. So just remember that.
Proud before the peers.
Lisa Golden, shout out to you with a $5 super chat. She said sometimes people don't want to hear the truth because they don't want their illusions destroyed. Wow, yes, that is a very good point right there. Shout outs to Lisa Golden on that one for the $5 super chats. Thank you for the $5 super chats on that one. Everybody around the world, yeah, please send in some super chats as well. Thank you for that one.
Of this country with a jury. And now we have that photo, our imagination based on the person who they targeted, Charlie Kirk. And since he was given a political speech, and since they didn't fire at the crowd, but they fired directly at his head.
Peter says, it's crazy that one moment we're here, moment we're not here. Watch what you say, because when you meet God, you will have to answer for everything. I am sure Charlie Kirk met with God. Yeah, Elisa says, stop the genocide. Brandon Man says, people saying he looks like a MAGA. Obviously, he's dressed like that to blend in SMH. There you go, right? Yes, that's also a good point as well. Connor Wiggy says, these people have no brain cells, though, you got to remember. Yes. Mario DeLeon, bro, Kirk. Shout out to Mario DeLeon. I remember you, my man. Remember what Kirk was for. Big Papa Chris. Yes.
And we knew it was political. Now we got the shell casings and other ammo that have political messages there. So we're getting closer and closer. I just hope that we're all zooming in, all law enforcement. You got to get this guy. Charlie was a representation of a movement of young people in America. And I don't care if you agree with his politics or not. We can't have that in this country.
You know, part of the...
Random Man says, you think he was going to wear an LBGT flag to a Charlie Kirk event? That shows how some people here are dumbasses. That's very true, right? He had to blend in. Dyson Tribe says, but understand this, that in the last days there will come a time for difficulty for people to love for self, lovers of money, arrogance, abusive, disobedient to their parents, ungrateful. Yes. Unholy, heartless, unpleasable, slanders, without self-control, brutal, not loving good, treacherous, reckless, swollen with the conceit, lovers of pleasures rather than lovers of good, timid. Yeah, okay. So Elise says, how'd they let him get in there in the first place? High security, my ass. Yeah, I mean, look, he wasn't the president, right? Like, I'm sure he had security, but he's not the president, so...
Excitement too around Charlie, and I was sharing last hour in the state of Arizona, he was being talked about in circles of people who were decades older than he. Can't wait till he becomes governor. Like, when people saw the trajectory of this young man.
There it is, right? Another trajectory of him possibly going into politics once again. So
part of the conversation was, could he bring the youth vote?
D. Zohan says, this guy is not American. Who? Are you talking about the shooter or are you talking about me? CB says, upgrade 101, Charlie Kirk. Richard Crosby says, from 2 football fields away, that dude got in the wind. Mario DeLeon says, the guy had to have been trained. Yes. You. He says you. Well, I am an American citizen, so... legacy propaganda news media is to blame, calling people Nazis and Hitler for 8 years as a consequence. Ignoring the truth, I put Random Man. People keep saying Charlie deserved it because of his quote one where he said something about people unfortunately die to protect the Second Amendment. I'm sure you still... I'm sure he would still... he would agree still. Yes, Kush Boy on here out of food stamps. Dang. FBA says, just watch what you say from now on, especially if you are going to speak on public or anyone else might end up like Charlie. Yes, I agree. Ex-military, Nanette says, Lisa Golden trained on Call of Duty games. Wow. Okay, Supreme King 91 says he died from his own rhetoric. Facts. CB says upgraded 101. Okay, Ava Walker, you agree with him? Okay.
Because young people may get activated and motivated, but until they go to the polls, that's the big difference. And he apparently can do that.
Yeah, he did do that. I'll tell you, as the former RNC co-chair, we worked very closely with Turning Point USA. What Charlie was able to do is really miraculous. When you think about the fact that he didn't finish college, he dropped out of college, yet his goal was to mobilize these students to really change the tenor on college campuses, and he was able to do that. We saw a huge shift in young voters. This election in particular, especially with young men, Charlie played such a huge role in that. I don't think you can ever overstate it. I said this last night on Jesse's show, but I believe that Donald Trump probably wouldn't be president right now without the assistance of Charlie Kirk. What he has done and his legacy, I think, is even too big to comprehend right now. The void and the hole that will be left is enormous, and I'm just hopeful, as someone who cares about, this country and the forward progress of this country, that someone is able to pick up where Charlie left off. Turning Point USA is...
Fresh Melon Juice says Kirk's wife, the president, and the majority of America will tell his children he changed America and gave young people hope. Morons in this chat, wives will tell their children, they played Xbox. Dang, bro. Yeah, real facts on that right there, right? Yeah, he definitely did have, you know, a movers, you know, type of shake to American politics, whether you agree with him or not. F Kush boy, you're a hoodlum, leave. Well, I mean, hey, listen, I got no problem with hoodlums here, right? You know what I'm saying? So, you know, shout outs to the hoodlums out there. William Smith says, a fresh BS. FB Kush 420 says, go dig your boy Charlie Kirk up. I bet he can't say dang, bro. Dang, man. Yo, you guys are wild with these comments right now. Justin Taylor, he was our generation's voice of truth, trying to lead us to the light. Okay. Random facts. Michael Farrick says, hi. Hey, man, how are you? Let me know what part of the world you are from. Banjo says, oi, oi, oi. Chicagoans, what would you do? What would you... wait, what does that mean again? Random Man says, people saying that he deserves this, in my opinion, are the same ones who cry about censorship and act like a victim every day. Yeah, Uncle Jerry says, FBA Kushboy, God will make you beg one day. Be a good person. Dang. D Zona says, you Pakistani, you like inbred. No, I'm not Pakistani, by the way. I'm not an inbred. I'm actually a half-breed. So, you know, kind of an ignorant comment of you to say. But anyways, the enforcing the law is not dictatorship. Obviously, some of you haven't been to other countries. Elizabeth Stanhope says, yes, Justin was a prophet. I don't know about that. There's only prophets of God, and it's not the humans that are living right now. But Michael Farkas says, we don't have enough fatherless children in the country. You know what, man? I'm sure that, yeah, you know, I'm sure there'll come a time where, yeah, oh, what is this? Did I miss a super chat here? Oh, wait, no. Oh, wow, another super chat. Okay, so better to die fighting for freedom than to be a prisoner all of your lives. Bob Marley, man, shout outs to you on that right there. Lisa Golden with another $5, you know what, another $5 super chat. Man, shout outs to you on that one. Everybody around the world, yeah, please hit the super chats as well. I would highly appreciate it. And yeah, Supreme King says, Charlie supported what he died from, treating him as if he did something morally profound. As to the likes of MLK, other than prominent figures, is crazy. No, he doesn't deserve this. Energy is key. FBA Kushboy says he didn't make Charlie Kirkberg. He took him right out. Black Dragon says 2 wrongs don't make a right, but 3 lefts do. Okay. Farkas says those little girls are go through it without having a father, enough children. It's the bigger picture here is really sad. LA in the house. Elaine Juarez. All right, shout out to you, man. Shout out to my LA people right here. Sacramento and LA in the house. Kyrie is an island boy. He's a biracial angel. He's a biracial angel. Shout out to you on that, Fresh Melon Juice. Okay, crazy folks. There goes freedom of speech. Jacob Vargas says rich people can't get into heaven. I don't know about that. I think that it is harder to get to heaven if you are a rich person, right? Thanks for the chat. Lots of bums on here. Mario DeLeon says, Charlie Kirk had a big mouth. It's just the cause and effect. He was bigger than MLK. Okay, Mario's a dumbass. According to Random Man, cause and effect. Vote for Draco. No one should die because of political discourse, but all should be measured by what they do. Okay. Forrest says, R.I.P. Charlie Kirk didn't deserve to die, even though even though he did some bad, didn't mean never did any good. Who are we to judge someone? Yeah, you know what? That's a good point, right? Because if you think about it, we have a very diverse and various ways of thinking, right? So we got to think about that, right? We're all complicated human beings in a way, so...
Such an important organization.
TKO says, Bad Dragon, 2 wrongs don't make a right, but lefts do. Vintage. Yes. Yes, that is a vintage comment right there. Shout outs to my man from the UK, TKO, my man. Shout outs to you, my man. Amiral says, LOL, chalk turning into charcoal. And dang, bro, you guys are vicious, bro. You guys are absolutely vicious with the comments on Charlie Kirk nowadays, you know. So
I'm personally very grateful for everything he did, all the work he did, and you can't go to one of those events without palpably taking in how impactful Charlie Kirk was.
Yeah, you know, I want to get your response in part to what Lara is saying, because what she's talking about is more than a movement. It's a complete...
Eric Petty says, imagine getting so ass blasted over what someone says. It seems like the left side just can't argue and get on with their feelings and have to attack. So here's the thing, man. We don't know if this is the left, right? We don't know this guy's background. He could be an Islamist. By the way, listen, guys. I'm glad that you're blaming all of this on the left and you're not putting this on the Muslims. You're not saying, well, it could have been a Muslim guy or this, that, and the other. Like, you guys are, yeah, sort of like kind of keeping the Muslims away from it, even though there is a great chance that a Muslim could have been the one to do this, right? I mean, look, let's just imagine this, right? You support Israel. You've said bad things about Islam. Why would a Muslim not be one of the suspects? But yet you guys keep throwing it on the left side. Like, man, listen. Who is more likely to be better at handling guns? An Islamist or a left-wing radical, right? Unless, of course, that left-wing radical has a military background. Dorian71 says that man was a husband and a father. He wasn't polarizing as radicals on the left. Well, Dorian, that's where you're kind of wrong, right? I think that Pete F says none of them. So none of them. So are you saying that it's just a random crazy person then, Pete F? Mario says, you get to return on the energy you put out, and Charlie just got his refunded. Man, listen, it's hard to argue with that one. I'm going to mark that comment right there, Mario, because... you know, unfortunately, if you guys don't like it, I know you may not like that, but there is a possibility of that. Ex-military. Okay, ex-military, Nanette says, but ex-military to what side? The left side or the right side? Hassan for Charlie. Hassan for Charlie? What does that mean? Are you talking about the Major Nadal Hassan? Is that what you're referring to? Vindictive says... how can any of you speak ill of a man whose whole career was to have civil debates and talk about opinions? Sick Fs. Yeah. Adam Witherwall says, we know the information on the shooter. There were ideologies scribed on the rounds themselves. Okay, let's find out what that is.
Political shift. If you get a whole new generation of voters who have the kind of bravery to speak out that he embodied.
Yeah, Laura saw it firsthand at the RNC. I saw the data online today. A 44-point shift in Gen Z men over 2 years. How did that happen?
Here's why you choose my firm if you're hurt in an accident. I used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of the attorneys at Sweet Chin.
F. Pete says, if you remember the JFK files, same-ish. Okay.
Charlie Kirk. That happened because of Charlie Kirk. And when I look at that image on the screen, I know we have to show it. I know how important that is for law enforcement purposes.
CB says those opinions fomented hate and violence. He got the compensance out of this world. Dylan Ellis says, hi, Hassan Piker for... okay, Hassan Piker. Got it. Okay, I thought you meant Nadal Hassan, the... base shooter, the Army base shooter. Republicanism. Charlie Kirk was a great man. Love the Charlie Kirk and his family. Goddamn, America is a circus that's catching in fire. Wow. As where he says, hello, hi. Not in the vast majority of the localities. Jacob Vargas says, Charlie would have been with the Romans while they killed the immigrants was Jesus. Wow. Okay. Michael Williams says, divide and conquer. You reap what you sow. Yo, we can't be left wing and right wing, but we are all in the same eagle. Learn it. Wow. Are you a leftist or a right? Neither. I'm a Muslim, so I would say that I probably lean more towards conservative because of that. Republicanism. I hope that answers your question, because I think there's a lot more conservative values in Islam, probably far more than the actual mainstream Republican conservatism itself. So I guess I would be classified as a right-wing person as well, but you know, I'm a Muslim, so whatever that is what I am, and yeah, I'm certainly not a leftist, that's for sure. So okay, Republicanism says okay, thank you. Yeah, shout outs to you, my man. I hope you're enjoying the channel. I hope you do hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and guys, give some super chats as well, right? Shout outs to Miss Holden here for throwing some funds around my way, so please do so as well. I am a small channel. I'm trying to get big. I'm trying to get up there with the big guys, so help with the visibility and help with the funding of the show. Eric Petty says, every Muslim I have ever known has been chill, man. Sorry if what I said was offensive. No, Eric Petty, not at all. Look, I want you guys to understand something about my channel, right? As a Muslim, I encourage free speech here. Okay, now, I may not necessarily agree with the notions that Charlie Kirk had professed or had explained to the world, or the type of views that he puts out there, but in the spirit of what he stood for, we are doing that right now, having a civil discourse, having and allowing people to say what it is that they want to say, allowing people to vent, no matter how atrocious their language is towards Charlie Kirk or anyone that's in the opposite of that, or anyone that is for that. So you're not, though. Dino Gunn says you're not a real Muslim then. Hilo says you're not a real Muslim. Why is that? Why would I not be a real Muslim then? Because here's the thing, right? Like, when it comes to Islamic beliefs, I go and defend them, and I ask people to give me their, their information on why a certain subject is what it is. Elizabeth says, my spirit is with CK. Jacob Vargas says, Zorhan Madani embodies what real liberals believe. I'm not a Zohan Madani type of Muslim, that's for sure. Right? Like, I'm not a supporter of his in any kind of way either. Ricky Wu says, smoking that Kirk pack. Dang, bro. Jasmine Crockett, Rashid Taliba have stated that Trump needed to be taken out. Dang. Nanette with the $2 super chat. The power of the tongue speaks life or death. Shout out to you on that one. Shout out to you on that one. Yes, that's a very good point right there. So shout out to you on that one. All right, man. Yeah, keep the the super chats going, guys. Pete F says, brother, I respect you, but Islam was brought forth by a desert bandit. Jesus is the only way, but I got love for you. I can see you're a good guy. Thank you, Pete. Thank you, Pete. I really appreciate that, my man. Muslims won't do that. What won't they do, Lisa Golden? Let me, when you demonize your opponents as extremist threats, you create a climate where people feel justified doing anything to stop them. That's dangerous for everyone. Charlie Kirk said that republicanism is quoting that. I'm going to pin that comment that republicanism wrote right there. I think there's some merit to that. Rocky Wu says, why is everyone saying we shouldn't react this way over politics, as hateful comments had nothing to do with politics? It is purely racist and fascist. Woo! Wow, okay. Because the Quran, you can't pick and you can't cheat pick and still be Muslim. Well, are you Muslim, Hilo? I mean, I'm trying to understand what you're saying that I'm picking here. Eric Petty says, I mean, it's Utah. It could just be some random hillbilly, but Utah is also the biggest CIA-fed state besides Hawaii. It literally could be many forces. Wow. FB Kush Boy, that's what I'm talking about. Shout out to you. Here you go, big dog. Ain't nothing to a baller. And this guy that took the neck forgot to talk about his own people. This guy that took it in the neck forgot to talk about his own people. Shout out to you on that. Wow, man. Thank you for the super chats on that, FB Kush, man. I'm really, really appreciative of that, man. Thank you so much, man. Shout out to FBA Kush Boy. Now, FBA. Does FBA stand for Foundational Black Americans? Is that what FBA stands for? If it is, let me know, man. Shout out to all my FBA brothers out there, all my Hebrew Israelites, all my fellow Muslims, and of course, all my fellow Republicans and Democrats and people around the world, man. Shout out to all you guys. I'm very humble and thankful for that super chat. Thank you. He says, I'd imagine Charlie Kirk never said anything racist or fascist. The person that said couldn't name anything that he said racist or fascist. Cinder Eclipse says, 100% agree. I didn't agree with everything Charlie said, but people are going down the route of killing others because they don't like their opinions. How do they even have discussions is a very dangerous thing. Bluegill Buster says, it appears that you are in line with Sharia law. We'll explain exactly why that is. FBA says yes. Okay, so you are a foundational Black American. Shout out to you on that, man. Are you familiar with Red Supreme, right? He's an LA Blood, or at least was a former LA Blood, and he's a self-proclaimed FBA guy, and he does a lot of great FBA content as well. So I urge you to check him out. He's also helped me shout out my channel as well. He's a big MMA fan, so there you go. Hassan is next, Dylan says. I hope you're not making threats here with that. YB says, yo, bro, need some advice about being able to control my aggression. Okay. Republicanism says, America is a dark corner that is turning a point, and I hope America sees this. Okay, Elijah says, Jesus died on a cross that you can be forgiven. FBA says, there's plenty of line of him talking crazy racist stuff. Yup, that's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying, man. Shout out to FBA Kush, man. Shout out to you, my man. You know, I hope you definitely come back to this channel, and I appreciate your funding, my man. Troy says, violence was his last word. No, he says gang violence was his last word, right? Imagine if a drill rapper in Chicago dubbed over Charlie Kirk's voice, right? Gang violence, gang violence, gang violence. And the next thing you know, here's Little Durk or King Von coming out with a track. Let me take you to the O. Let me take you to the O. Oh, you ain't gonna slide for your homies. What? You know what I mean? Like make a rap song out of it or something, right? But I would imagine that would be extremely insensitive to do so. But yeah, disregard those idiots. Train, arm up, and pray. Rashad Lewis says he chose violence, live by the sword. And yeah, so you're saying that he chose violence. Elizabeth says, we got this trans thing all wrong. We are just how God made us. Okay. So Hilo says, FBA Kush Boy with what you said. Republicanism, God is a refuge, strength, a very presidential help. Okay, so he's dropping some Bible verses there. Lisa Golden says, you guys are out of pocket with these comments on Kurt. Well, here's the thing, Lisa, right? In the spirit of Charlie Kirk, yeah, you don't hear the sound because I'm going to make a call right now. Hold on just a second. Sorry, guys, I was on the phone. Yeah, the reason why there was no sound was because I was on the phone. So I, that's why I was covering my mouth, because I didn't want any of, I didn't want any lip readers out there to know what I'm saying. So why is everybody stuck on the one word he said and not one person said, the correct sentence that he used? Everybody is talking about how they don't want to take Ish a second to investigate. Got it. Run, coward, smart man. Yeah, that's why I was covering my mouth like this, because I don't want anyone to make out what I'm saying there. So, yeah, we need liberals to start doing a fast track on how they run from answering these questions. Republicanism. This is Erica Kirk's last tweet with Charlie alive. God is our refuge and strength, a very present help in trouble. Yeah, man, that's crazy. Every time I questioned Charlie Kirk, I studied and educated myself, and everything was a fact. People were just hurt by the truth. That's it, period. Hilo High says, Republicans run from questions when it comes to religion. Okay, people should be empathetic across the board. Yes, I agree with that. There should be some level of empathy here. So let's hear what other people had to say about this particular topic right here. Some conservative voices that had something to say about this. So let's see here. Michael Savage, did he have a video on this? Shout out to Michael Savage, by the way.
A sign. The family must depart.
All right, we're speaking with my friend and novelist and all-around brilliant guy, Jeff Rover, who killed Charlie Kirk. I'm surprised, by the way, and not surprised, by the way, that the assassin so far has not been found. Jeff, what do you think? Right off the top, who killed Charlie Kirk?
Andrea L. says, this man was murdered in front of his children and wife. What the F are you guys talking shit and celebrating? He will continue to be a legend. You all know who Charlie Kirk is. Only the best TV. Little boy, you only smoking booth. Wow, okay. This is another point he was wrong on. Smoke on a Kirk pack. Oh, wow, man. FBA going hard here. William Smith, Kirk made a deal with the devil, and the devil came to collect. Dang, William Smith, that's crazy. Republicanism says, I would like to know who condemns the Kirk assassination. If you condemn, type 1. If you don't, type 2. Okay, that's... shout out to Republicanism on that one. You know what? Follow what Republicanism just said right now. I would like to hear... Okay, so there's a 1. There's a 2 by Black Dragon. FBA Kush said 1. Okay, by Gamer Horde. All right, 1. Okay, so a lot of people condemn any 2s here. JD Slide says, R.I.P. to Kirk. Even though he spoke his opinion, he didn't have to get killed. He had a family. William Therapy says you need therapy. Dang, 2. Okay, Samurai 2. Wow. Look at this. William Chester says 1. Marianne 2. Jacob 2. Okay, yeah. I don't give a F about the Nazis. I condemn those that say 1. Samurai. Wow. Okay, how about that? He's condemning you guys that are saying 1.
Was it an individual lone wolf? Was it a government agent of some government?
Well, what do we know about the 2 assassins who attempted to kill President Trump? We know virtually nothing. And, that's been investigated thoroughly. So I suspect that we're going to end up with somewhat of the same situation here.
What do you mean we don't know anything about who tried to kill Trump? What do you mean, who they were?
We don't know whether they were lone wolves. We don't know whether they were part of a plot. You just don't know. And speculating is kind of pointless because we still aren't 100% sure who killed John F. Kennedy. And I'm not sure that is something that it is fruitful to discuss. There will always be lone wolves. There will always be plots. I think the larger question is, what has this done to the country? You and I are old enough to remember Martin Luther King and RFK back to back. What did that do to the country ultimately? Because here we are again.
Well,
Mario says, life goes on, people die every day. Yeah, that's true. Calling him a Nazi is crazy versus what the Nazis did. Andrea Lee says, hello, hi, effing pranksters, fake F, don't come at me, be for real. Marianne says, correction, condemnation 1. Okay, so Andrea says, you have anger issues. Hate on a man who died. Wow, you're big. Wonder how much your life sucks to be mad at someone who died. Clown. Yeah, man, that's crazy. Yeah.
Charlie Kirk was not on the level of MLK Jr. Let's not lionize him to the extent that he was bigger than he was. He was very important to a large swath of the youth movement in the country, but I don't think he was that well known.
Kurt says, Charlie is in hell. Wow. Charlie is with God, R.I.P. So some people are saying Charlie is in hell. Some people are saying that, wow, Kirk is no MLK. Dang. Is that what they're saying? They're comparing him to MLK? That's crazy, man.
On that, do you?
No, and I'm not meaning to correlate the two in that sense. What I'm saying is there was a spate of violence. You remember back then there was
Oh, you mean after King was shot? What went on in the country with violence? Yeah, but the right doesn't commit violence in this country. It's always the left.
Well, again, think back to that period. Malcolm X had been shot. Meyer Kahane was shot. There was a spate of high-profile murders.
Yeah.
What was the ultimate result of that?
What was it?
The result is that 60 years later we're back. We're back again, and
But who's doing this?
I don't know, and again, I don't know that it's fruitful to find out, because it's not something that you're going to say, oh, here's.
Okay, so Black Sun asks, what does this have to do with black people? Well, he did say that he did not want black people to have reparations, and I think that sort of angered a lot of people. Yeah, that angered a lot of people, especially black people. So
Here's an inoculation. It's not going to work like that.
Wait, FBI under pressure over open airport 5 miles from Charlie Kirk assassination hit as private jet vanishes after shooting. Did you see that story, Jeff?
No.
Let me read it. A private jet under the tail number N888KG left Provo Airport an hour after the shooting. Suspiciously, 30 minutes into the flight, it drops off of ADS-B. Illegally for 45 to 60 minutes.
Did you guys hear this? So there's a private plane that hopped out of the area in Utah while this happened. That's crazy.
And reappears headed back to Provo approximately an hour later. The airport is roughly 5 miles from the school. ADS-B is mandatory for all flights, so it illegally turned off its radar. That was on X. Somebody found that. Tail number N888KG turns off its radar an hour after the shooting. It left Provo Airport an hour after the shooting, 30 minutes into the flight, drops off ADS-B. Okay.
There was a private plane that left. Yeah, it was probably CIA, Black Dragon says. So there you go, right? Now, if that, well, not just CIA, but I mean, he's an American, right? Why would they want him shot, right? What is the reason? Oh my goodness, guys, we're uncovering something different here right now, right? We got private planes hopping up out of there after the shooting. I mean, come on now. Probably BlackRock. There you go.
How could...
But why do they want to go after Charlie Kirk is the question. He says, who cares what he said? He's a father. Anyone would give up a platform or money to raise their kids or wife, just like any political person who has existed has been killed. It's for ideas. So, you know what, man? I'm going to mark your comment right there, Charles, right? The reason why I'm going to mark the comment of Charles Widmore is because check this out, right? Look, I'm in YouTube because I want to make money. I want to become a little bit more well-known. I'm not going to lie. I would like the fame from YouTube. That's why I need you guys to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and also hit the super chats. Donate some so that I can fund this operation of being the biggest podcast in the space of combat sports, if not beyond, right? That's what Charlie Kirk was trying to do. He was very successful at it. He had a great platform, and you can't knock a man's hustle. That's all it was, right? He was a hustler. The man was not a soldier. He wasn't out killing kids in Palestine or anything like that. That's just the reality of the matter. However, he did say a lot of things that a lot of people did not like, and that's just something that we have to, you know, truly understand.
An amateur. First of all, let's start with the shot. One shot, kill shot, head shot, neck shot. People are now saying, oh no, it hit his chest and went up the bulletproof vest. You got...
FBA says broke ass people were here, ain't got no money. Well, hey, you guys heard FBA, right? So if you guys don't agree with FBA, you guys being broke, you know, throw some super chats along the way. I'm sure it doesn't hurt, you know, maybe $1 or a few dollars here and there. The man dropped me a 20 bag, man. Shout outs to him on that. So he's definitely not a broke guy. FBA says you can say what you want, but there are also repercussions to that. Yes, that is true. You can say what you want, but there are repercussions to that. So
people out there with all sorts of nonsense. I watched the footage. I saw the amount of blood coming out of his neck. I knew he was instantly killed, Jeff. Did you see the footage? Horrible to watch. He didn't even know what hit him. He felt no pain. He felt no fear. He was dead instantly. And then they lied about hopes and prayers, and he's in the emergency room. He was dead. That amount of blood, the carotid artery was shot open. He was killed instantly.
Yeah, I seen it. I knew he was dead for sure. That's what I'm saying, man. Yeah, it was, wow. Look, I have the footage right here. I'm not going to play it for you guys, but I'm going to watch it again and, let's see here. Hold on a second. Let me go back to, let me see here. Okay, here it is again. Oh, wow. Hold on. They got Andrea with the $5. God bless everyone. Rest in heaven, Charlie Kirk. I learned a lot listening to you. God bless his family, too. All right, man. So we got some Charlie Kirk fans in here. Thank you for that, Andrea. Shout outs to you for that one. And thank you for helping funding this channel to give some objective realities and takes for people out there to understand. So, yeah, man, shout out to you. Thank you for that one. Really, really appreciate that one. The country is upset, man. R.I.P. Charlie. Richard Crosby says, yes, it was a devastating shot. Mario says, everyone has forgotten about Roger Jackson. Just like that, Roger Jackson is out of the news cycle. I mean, Roger Jackson has brought me some good views, but now it is on to Charlie Kirk. So Charlie Drew says, it's sad what this world has come to. I wish I lived in a world where all we could agree to disagree. Violence just takes us backwards instead of forward. Yeah. FBA Kush boy says, no, we are not upset. Oh, man. Oh, man. Yo, listen, shout out to FBA, though. But, hey, listen, in the spirit of Charlie Kirk, we are here to practice freedom of speech by the end of the day.
Yeah. Hey, yo, grab me a hug. Let's go, guys. Come on. Let's go, guys. I don't know. Let's go.
Oh, wow. Look at this. People immediately started stealing hats after look at this. Look at this. Look at this right here.
Yeah. Grab me a hug. Hey, yo, grab me a hug. Let's go, guys. Come on. Let's go, guys. I don't know. Let's go. I have no idea. Let's go. Come on, guys. What are you doing? Get the fuck out. What? Let's go. Yeah.
Yo, watch. Okay, so check out the brother right here, right? And then check out the cop right afterwards. He's like, what the hell are you doing? Get out.
yo, grab your hat. Let's go, guys. Come on. Let's go, guys. I don't know. Let's go.
Yo, what the heck? Charlie Kirk's ghost? Bro, you are something else, man. You made a profile pic within a span of 24 hours. Bro, you crazy, bro. Look at a cop. Look at a cop right here. Look at a cop. Get out.
Yeah. Grab your hat. Hey, yo, grab your hat. Let's go, guys. Come on. Let's go, guys. I don't know. Let's go. I have no idea. Let's go. Come on, guys. What are you doing? Get the fuck out. What? Go. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's their culture. Well, Caleb, there is Their. Yeah, but what the F, sickening. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Now, that's a crime scene. Now, obviously, the cop is not worried about arresting him, right? Because, I mean, think about this, right? You're going to go and arrest that guy, write it up, and have it explain to them, well, okay, there's an ongoing shooting going on, and you were busy trying to lock up somebody for a petty crime. But I see what you're saying, man. You know, it is, you know, he says, shut up, Tubby. I don't know who you're calling Tubby. I don't think you realize, like, I'm in great shape. You know what I mean? Like, don't let the camera angle fool you. As a matter of fact, hold on, man. Let me get up one time for you guys right here. Okay, show you a little bit of my frame one time. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I don't know who you're calling Tubby. I'm in amazing shape. So, I don't know what you're talking about. You know what I mean? Like, have you ever seen any of my training? I don't think you've seen any of my training videos. 235 at least. No, I'm 202. Yeah, I'm not that big. Charlie Kirk's ghost says, I never got to say this before I died. I am in love with Ben Shapiro. Oh, wow, dude. Wow, okay. Yeah, that's, man, that's crazy, man. This chat is hilarious. Well, you know what? Fresh Melon Juice says, Kyrie is almost in MMA guru shape. What are you talking about, chat? Yeah, man, I mean, don't sweat that, Kyrie. Yeah, Golden, Lisa Golden says $2. Okay, Kirk was assassination by a shadow government. Thank you for the $2 on that one, Lisa Golden. Shout out to you. Thank you so much, man. Charlie Kirk needs to leave that effed up. Yeah, man. Oh, are you talking about the account? Yeah. Let me see here. What are some people?
Basically,
Did you guys catch this woman right here, right? She looked like she was kind of laughing. Jesse on Fire sort of brought this to my attention right here. Charlie hated empathy. Well, let me show you who didn't have empathy right here. Check out this white girl right here.
I heard a loud bang, which I figured a shot would be a little bit louder. But
I heard a loud bang, which I figured the sound would have been a little bit louder, but yeah.
I just saw it hit him in the chest, and then all of a sudden just tons of blood gushing right out where his heart is, and then he like fell over and slumped down, and everybody got down and was screaming, and then we all ran.
Can you describe just, did he appear to be moving afterward, or what?
Not at all. I personally believe he was dead on impact.
Oh my goodness.
Basically, I heard a loud bang, which I figured a shot would be a little bit louder, but I just saw it hit him in the chest, and then...
Okay, do you honestly think that someone that looks like or sounds like they're traumatized? I don't know, man, but... Andrea Lee says, hello, hi. Pray hard you find him, protect this person, and forgive him for the hate that he spreads in Jesus' name. In the chest. Yeah, no, it wasn't in the chest. I mean, it was clearly in the neck, but y'all are sickening in the chat for real. A little while ago, yeah. She doesn't, yup.
Tons of blood gushing right out where his heart is, and then he like fell over and slumped down, and everybody got down and was...
Okay, so let's see what else here.
Charlie Kirk had been shot. Who did it? Was it the Democrats? Was it the liberals? Was it one of those Gen Zs that's confused on what the fuck they identify as? MSNBC right now is broadcast.
Hey, facts on that. People do deal with trauma differently. That's for sure. Okay, I can't show that. Hold on. Let me flip over this way. I don't want to show you that. Let me see this again. Okay, let's see here.
My coworker was all in a tizzy because she gonna tell me that Charlie Kirk got shot, and I said good. So we get into this whole conversation about it, and she goes, "Well, you can't hate people for their political views," and I'm like, "Yes, I can. Like that's specifically why I hate people sometimes. You can't hate me for my views because my views don't infringe upon your rights. You don't hate me for what I believe in because it doesn't interfere with your life. Some of these views are dangerous. And I'm glad he got shot. Hopefully he dies. I don't care." My coworker was all in.
Yeah, so that's what a lot of people in the chat sound like right now. Why are they like this? Okay, so Andrea Liz sees, yeah, I don't need help. I'm great. I have a good life. You're the one hiding behind a profile, pretending to be someone else, spreading the hate that you got. You need help. I actually feel sorry for you. Wow. I live in CLC, Utah. Did you know that Trump sent Air Force 2 and Vice President retrieve the body and treat him like the president? Wow. Wow, is that right? Okay, I'm going to mark that comment right there. I'm going to mark that comment right there. Okay, so that person was a hypocrite. Yup. Mary Ann says a hate message was not the person. Replay that video right now. I need to screen record it. Okay. I got you, Peter.
My coworker was all in a tizzy because she gonna tell me that Charlie Kirk got shot, and I said good. So we get into this whole conversation about it, and she goes, "Well, you can't hate people for their political views," and I'm like, "Yes, I can. Like that's specifically why I hate people sometimes. You can't hate me for my views because my views don't infringe upon your rights. You don't hate me for what I believe in because it doesn't interfere with your life. Some of these views are dangerous. And I'm glad he got shot. Hopefully he dies. I don't care." My coworker was all in a tizzy because she gonna tell me that.
All right, so satisfying enough. Were you able to get that? Okay, so he treated him like a king because Charlie got him elected. There you go, right? Yeah, so he's very important in the Trump administration. So as such, he got treated with, you know, importance and in that regard. So, let's see here. Yeah, so wait, let's see what this is right here. What is this? Okay, let me see if hold on a second here. Okay, here's some more footage right here.
Too many. Counting or not counting gang violence?
Dang. Okay, so okay, I'm glad that didn't capture the but y'all got no smoke for them. Okay. Look at your people, but y'all ain't got no smoke for them. Stop saying he's with Jesus. God is still the judge, and God is not forgiving, Jacob Vargas says. Marianne says he stood for God and country. Okay, let's see here. Kush Boy says, I love this chat. I pray that he learns about Jesus. Don't hate people, hate the message. Okay. She's vile. I pray for her. Baal. Okay. As a country surely doesn't feel united, so sad. Yeah, man, it's definitely a different feeling, you know, now. All right, let's hear what, this is an MMA channel after all, so let's hear what Sean Strickland had to say about this.
And somebody says, hey, did you hear that Charlie Kirk got shot? And my gut reaction was like, no, I fucking didn't, but I'm excited. Like, I felt this little dopamine spike in me where I'm like, dude, I want to see the video. And then I seen the video real bad, but I still kind of excited from it. Like, oh shit, you know, like I could feel like my muscles tensing. And then I started thinking, man, well, what's going to come from this? Was the shooter black? Was it a liberal? Am I going to get more fun? Am I going to get more violence? Let's burn this motherfucker down. I need some excitement. And then you start thinking, man, like, how the fuck did I become such a sociopath? Like, how am I so disattached from human beings? When people walk down the street, I don't even see people. I just see potential threats and problems.
Okay, listen, you guys know my feelings on Sean Strickland, right? I've told you guys that, you know, he's not exactly my favorite guy in MMA. In fact, I've actually gotten into it with him. Well, okay, that's another story for another time. But what I will say is that I agree with him on this, right? How did we become so sociopathic and at the same time, man, you know what? Why is it that these particular events excite some people? Now, look, you read the chat that is going on right here. I mean, you definitely got people in here that are absolutely just excited by this whole thing. And CK says Kirk was a sociopath. Is that right? Mike Oslong says, out of context, Alexander, watch the whole clip. All socialist tendencies, Cash 75 says. Speaking of Cash, man, yeah, thank you for everybody that's hitting me up with some super chats, man. Keep them coming. Thank you so much for everybody out there. Strickland is pretending to be a tough guy. Well, I mean, he is a tough guy, right? But I think that he just kind of goes overboard with trying to prove that. FBA Kush Boy says, I could care less. I'm just pouring out the hypocrisy. Okay, James Malone says, a day before 9/11 SMH. If you think about it, yo, this overshadowed 9/11, right? Tell me, chat right now, do you think that this whole event completely made us forget about 9/11? If you think about it, right? We are just completely, like, lost in the fact that it's 9/11 and there's not even a tribute going on. Look up Dancing Israelis. Oh yeah, I know about that. Republicanism says yes. Yeah. It's crazy that it's not, yeah, bro. People are not fond of giving 9/11 celebrations right now, right? You know, I never forgot 9/11. Well, Cash, okay, you never forgot 9/11, but look at the news cycle right now. Look at your algorithm. Tell me if you have anything that resembles any clips showing of the 2001 incident going on, or some sort of tribute, or interviewing people that were there. None of that is going on in the media right now. Right now, what's going on in the media is people transitioning away from Roger Jackson and right into Charlie Kirk, right? So let's see what other footage is that we can garner from up here. Okay, so Drewski, you guys know Drewski, right? I don't know why, but this post violated the X rules. I don't know why. Over a laugh? I guess it was over a laugh, I suppose, right? But what is this?
There's a closer footage of Charlie Kirk getting shot in the neck here as well, where you can oh, he's dead. Oh my God, he's definitely dead. Oh my God, I can't believe I just saw that. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, he definitely got shot in the neck. Oh my God. Oh, fuck.
Hey, FBA, Drewski's sort of catching flack right now for doing that white paint thing that he did, where he pretended to be, you know, a white boy or something, you know? Cash Patel is a joke, Alexander says.
Oh yeah, no, that footage. That you do not want to see that. You do not want to see that. You do not want to see that. That footage, the close-up footage shows very clearly immediately blood pouring out of his jugular. He gets shot in the neck, blood pouring out of his jugular, like an unimaginable amount of blood pouring out of his jugular. There is very, very little chance that he survived that. I don't know if he did, but it doesn't seem like it. Oh my God, that was fucking devastating. Holy shit. I don't know what to say. Oh my Lord. Oh, Jesus Christ. Holy fuck. America is so absolutely fucked.
Yeah, so you know, even Hassan Piker was quite devastated on that one. Show me the video. No, I can't show you a video, my man. That is yeah, that is definitely not for this. Let's hear what Alex Jones had to say about this.
Wow. Sure, it's the juggler would do that. Oh, he could have hit the body armor and bounced up. Ah. Yeah, body armor bounces up. You see the bullet bounce up. That might have been a pistol round. Jesus Christ. Man, Charlie, we love you, brother. What a warrior. What a Viking. Well, if he does.
Wow, man. All right, let's hear what.
I'm just really glad Charlie Kirk just got himself fucking shot, because he's right. Empathy is dangerous to society. So no one should give a fuck that he's dead. He said it. I'm just saying his words. All I'm doing is using his words. You can't be mad at me for using his words. I think empathy is a new wave thing and it's very problematic. You right. No empathy for you. Zero.
Yeah, man. FBA is right about that. I can't be, showing that. Look, you guys have the internet. You guys have showed that already. She's off her meds. Tracy Carpenter says you're evil. Who are you talking to? Are you talking to me or you're talking to the woman in that video? Let's see. We'll hear what else here.
A famous man was shot in Utah today, a friend of the American president. School children were shot here in Colorado today, friends to their classmates at Evergreen High. Each of their lives had worth and value that no other person had a right to try and take. But all of them, all of us, live in a country where too many are sick with the delusion that somehow violence is going to solve our problems. Specifically, that picking up a gun and shooting somebody is going to solve our problems.
Hey, that's a very good point right there, FBA Kush. I'm going to mark that comment right there.
A country where anger is not just accepted, but it is encouraged, where talk of vengeance and reprisals is now just openly seeping out of the dark corners of the internet and into the echoes of dark minds. It's a sickness that cannot be isolated, not to one kind of community, not to one kind of school, not to one type of political ideology. It is everywhere in this country. And this thinking that violence, that
Kuba, shout out to you, my man. I'm assuming you're probably from Poland with a name like that. So shout out to you. Will Jackson says Kurt should get a Medal of Freedom. Good. Well, he's not here to receive it, so I would assume you'd probably have to give that to his family. Lisa Golden says Kurt didn't have to die a gruesome death. The Bible says the tongue can bring life or death. Man, yeah, that's true. Chris Hui says, you guys are so sad, put so much worth into politics that you think this is justified. You're losers and hate yourselves. Republicanism, read my comment. Let me see where your comment is. Republicanism. Where's your comment, brother? You're gonna have to Yeah, rewrite it again if you can, please. I can't find your comment because, you know, the, yeah, man, it's a lot of people in here right now. But yeah, rewrite your comment again. White Girl Magic said, who shot MLK? Goodness gracious says, no one should die because of politics, no matter your opinion. Yeah, there might have been something a lot deeper than that. I don't know. But, you know, obviously they found that this man was a threat of some sort.
Shooting someone is going to solve a problem, is a sickness that does not always claim the life of the afflicted. Too often, it's the life of someone else. Which means that not any one of us, not a friend of the president or a friend of their classmates, is safe.
There it is, man. Well said. Well said by, what is this guy's name? Kyle Clark. Yeah, well said by Kyle Clark on that one. Okay, let's see what else here.
Alright, so boom, right? So, the Charlie Kirk nigga just got shot, right? I don't know if that nigga alive or not. The nigga might be dead or some shit. For those of y'all that don't know who Charlie Kirk is, he one of them folk. One of them folk. You know what I'm saying? That...
Republicanism says, okay, so he wrote here, his death is narcissistic and sociopathic. People want the world to fall when people don't agree with what they believe. This is sick and twisted and are completely clueless about how life works. Okay, I'm going to pin that comment right there, Republicanism. Wasn't Charlie Kirk pro Second Amendment? He was White Girl Magic. He was just some guy, neither right nor left, yet that's all this country talks about. Yeah. Mary says, goodness gracious, absolutely agree. We used to agree or disagree without hatred. Yeah, the forefathers of America were like that, right? There was, you know, famous writings of John Adams and George Washington going at it, but, you know, they came together when it came to foreign policies and things of that nature. So Willie says, F Charlie Kirk. So let's hear what this guy has to say right here.
Alright, so boom, right? So, the Charlie Kirk nigga just got shot, right? I don't know if that nigga alive or not. The nigga might be dead or some shit.
He called him Charlie Clerk, but okay, little typo there on his part.
For those of y'all that don't know who Charlie Kirk is, he one of them folk. One of them folk. You know what I'm saying? That he talking about how we don't need gun control and all the rest of that shit and all the rest of that blah, blah, blah. The one with the smile. With the smile. You know the one. This one. Right? So, boom. So, this nigga gets shot, but this is the craziest part to me, right? So, everybody panicking because, oh my God, it's a shooter! Everybody panicking and shit, right? This nigga decides to take his phone out and this nigga...
It's your boy Elder TikTok. There was just a gunfire in Utah.
Everybody panicking because there's an active shooter nearby. And the first... Yo, subscribe to my...
Yo, that's crazy. That's what this guy was doing, saying, hey, subscribe to my channel. Republicanism says that, Kyrie. I love how respectful you are and how you read everyone, what everyone says. Thank you for what you do. Man, thank you so much, man. You know what? I'm getting a lot more people in here as usual. Obviously, I specialize in mixed martial arts and combat sports. You know, there's a lot more people here. I usually read everyone's comments, but man, there was just so much here. The comments were just booming and it was hard to keep up with, but I'm glad that I was seeing some of your comments as well. Fresh Melon Juice says, the black dude looks like a Chappelle crack character. Oh, man. Palm says, R.I.P. Kirk, bro. Tuwan Charay says, supporting the Second Amendment don't mean you need to die for it, loser. So saying that at White Girl Magic Republicanism says, thank you. Thank you, my man. The Coleman Show says, rest in piss, Kirk. Dang, bro. So that's really some harsh things here. The Coleman Show. Shout out to the Coleman Show, my man, for that one. A little harsh there, but all right. Yeah, I agree with Republicanism. Uncle Jerry says, yeah, shout out to you. R.I.P. Kirk. Looks like a civil war is brewing. Yeah, you know what, man, listen, I'm going to mark that comment right there, Edward. I'm going to tell you why, man. Because it seems that you look at this chat right now, look at how divided this chat is. Now imagine this on a bigger platform, right? How people are talking, and imagine how people are talking to each other in real life on top of it.
What is the world right now? What is the world right now? A nigga just got shot in his neck. Yo, subscribe to my. Yo, I don't. I can't, son. I can't.
Look, I think what the dude was trying to do was find an opportunity right there, and so he just like, hey, you know what? Here's an opportunity. Look, as a content creator, I don't know if I would do that. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know if I would go that far. But yeah, Chuck Parker says, you scary motherfuckers aren't going to do anything but talk. Uncle Jerry's gone senile says, people don't talk like this to each other in real life. Yeah, you're right about that. You're right about that. Yeah, especially Democrats, for sure. All right, what else? Let's hear what this gentleman has to say.
Listen, folks, Charlie might be gone now, but make no mistake, he's in the hands of the Almighty. He's with his Creator, as we will be one day. But since we're left behind, and we know that 20 Christian children were shot, 2 killed, 1 in critical condition, Sophia, we also know that they targeted a known Christian icon, Charlie Kirk, shot him, killed him in front of the entire world today, and they're still running around somewhere. I think they had a decoy. We have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, we know what's going on. He jumped on a plane and got up out of there, and that's been documented now, so.
But I do know one thing. I'm going to turn all the way up. All the way up. All the way up. You won't be able to stop me now, because I'm going hard. I'm going hard for my Savior. I'm going hard for those that don't know who Jesus is. I'm coming hard.
Okay. No Diddy, though. He said what he said. I'm going to say no Diddy on that.
We're not as soft as you think we are. Those that don't know who Jesus is, I'm coming hard. We're not as soft as you. Hard for those that don't know who Jesus is. I'm coming hard. I'm going hard for those that don't know who Jesus is. I'm coming hard.
Okay. I understand his sentiments, so not a good sign when you have this much difference in letting a computer doing the talking. So there it is, man. He's proclaiming that he's going to go hard, right? No Diddy. He's going hard. No Diddy. I mean, look. You see, that's the kind of talk that will get people in trouble. But, you know, and this is what Edward means when he says, looks like a civil war is brewing. Another P. Diddy in the making with this guy. Yeah, well, you know what? He just feels passionate towards Charlie Kirk. That's really what it is by the end of the day. You know, he feels strongly for him. So, yeah.
After I got done talking to him, I really couldn't exit because there's such a big crowd. So I turned around, and like 10 to 20 seconds later, after I got done talking to Charlie, I saw that he was shot in the neck and that he was squirting blood everywhere. But I was piecing things together, and it was really weird because the second guest that I talked to, before I went and asked him the question, what I was going to ask him, he was talking to him about how he was going to ask about transgenderism or something like that, but nothing about shootings. And this is the irony that came to me, which was like, right when he asked that, not like 5-10 seconds later, he was shot. And not only that, right after that, someone confessed to it who had no weapon, which makes me think that it was clearly a setup and that multiple people were involved. So, but prior to that, that's all I saw because everyone was squirming. I didn't see anyone fire a shot. I think it had to come from an elevated position for sure.
Okay, so he's saying it came from an elevated position for sure. Okay. So let's hear this.
Okay, so I just saw the news that Charlie Kirk was murdered. I don't know the guy. Obviously, I disagree with him politically, but it's hard for me to see stuff like that and not feel immediately sad for the family. I'm seeing a lot of people comment things like, live by the sword, die by the sword. I've seen people comment things about how he's, talked about school shootings and the right to own guns and, his political stances on those things. I'm seeing a lot of people say, oh, this is the left and the right and all the bullshit. I'm so tired of the bullshit, man.
All right, let's hear what Trump had to say about this.
My great fellow Americans, I am filled with grief and anger at the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk on a college campus in Utah. Charlie inspired millions, and tonight all who knew him and loved him are united in shock and horror. Charlie was a patriot who devoted his life to the cause of open debate and the country that he loved so much, the United States of America. He fought for liberty, democracy, justice, and the American people. He's a martyr for truth and freedom, and there's never been anyone who was so respected by youth. Charlie was also a man of deep, deep faith, and we take comfort in the knowledge that he is now at peace with God in heaven. Our prayers are with his wife, Erica, the two young, beloved children, and his entire family, who he loved more than anything in the world. We ask God to watch over them in this terrible hour of heartache and pain. This is a dark moment for America. Charlie Kirk traveled the nation, joyfully engaging with everyone interested in good faith debate. His mission was to bring young people into the political process, which he did better than anybody ever, to share his love of country and to spread the simple words of common sense. On campuses nationwide, he championed his ideas with courage, logic, humor, and grace. It's a long past time.
Hey, shout outs to Jonathan Stewart, man. Shout outs to you, my man. We got some celebrity, some celebrities in the chat right here. Jonathan Stewart, man. Shout outs to you. All right, man. Let's check out, Homeboy's channel right there. When was? Oh snap. Okay, hold on. Let me see here. Where is John Stewart guy? Jonathan Stewart. Hold on. Oh man, these comments are coming in fast. I can't. Okay, we'll continue on from here.
Time for all Americans and the media to confront the fact that violence and murder are the tragic consequence of demonizing those with whom you disagree day after day, year after year, in the most hateful and despicable way possible. For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis and the world's worst mass murderers and criminals.
Kush Boy says, I'm more concerned about little children getting hurt than some KKK member. Please read my comment. Okay, let me go back there real quick. Danny O'Scripted says he used to say wild stuff sometimes that they didn't agree with, but sometimes he said some logical things. Most importantly, he gave people the center stage to ask any questions or statement. Yes. Okay, so let's see here. Okay, so just because you don't like someone's opinion doesn't mean their kids should be punished for it. His kids were raised by stories and videos, and not his kids will be raised by stories and videos, not him. Justice for the Kirks. Okay, so I'm gonna mark that comment right there. R.I.P. Kirk. Marianne says, in the end, Charlie would say it's not as much as about Charlie Kirk, but the freedom we all enjoy and the principles we all uphold.
This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible.
Edward says, damn, Donald Trump isn't trying to de-escalate anything. Sounds like he's, sounds as though he's sounding the war drums. It seems like it, right? When he says that, like, oh, demonize the people that think differently than you. I mean, you could say that about, you know, just about anybody, right? You could say that basically the same thing about, you know, the person that you are, you know, opposed to, if you're a left wing or a right wing guy. I mean, it kind of goes both ways, right? He kind of is, yeah, drumming up that war a little bit too. So Dean Thompson says war drums won't even go to Ukraine. Yet Dion Robertson says no matter what you believe, that was a hateful act. Mario DeLeon Jr. says Charlie Kirk was on the Epstein list with Trump. I don't know about that. He was a little too young for that. Ted Rowe says Trump isn't trying to bring the country together but rip it apart. No healing. Dang. Danny O. Unscripted says, whether you agree or disagree with Kirk's position, he was a rising prominent public figure and spoke out for what he believed in. It doesn't make his death worse than a school shooting. Don't forget, Utah has a death penalty justice for Charlie. Yeah, they do. They definitely do have a death penalty. And, you know, for all we know, he probably flew up out of here already. Right? Austin Eswood says, Kirk on an Epstein list, laughing my ass off. That's a left comment for you. Yeah, I mean, definitely was not on the Epstein list. He's too, yeah, he's a little too young. That's what I was saying, right? You know, plane, yeah, doesn't exist. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. Yet a little too young for Epstein plane. Okay. Charlie Kirk is a good guy, according to Dean Thompson.
For the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today, and it must stop right now. My administration will find each and every one of those who contributed to this atrocity and to other political violence, including the organizations that fund it and support it, as well as those who go after our judges, law enforcement officials, and everyone else who brings order to our country. From the attack on my life in Butler, Pennsylvania last year, which killed a husband and father, to the attacks on
and of course, you know, Trump got to throw in there, he got shot too.
Agents, to the vicious murder of a healthcare executive in the streets of New York.
He said then that means the killer would have to flee in international flight. Yeah, Lisa, so earlier, Michael Savage, I was playing a clip from Michael Savage. He said something to the extent that there was a plane, you know, some sort of private plane arrangements that they had going on that went under the radar during of which that had happened. So hopefully there's some more answers on that particular regard. So FB Kush says no part of that list right young people with young kids. Okay, I'm not left. Mario DeLeon says. Danny Unscripted says, I watched the debate. I loved to watch him debate all the students. I was amazed and enlightened and inspired in all his debates. Never missed it. He is a true believer, a true follower of Christ.
To the shooting of House Majority Leader Steve Scalise and 3 others, radical left political violence has hurt too many innocent people and taken too many lives. Tonight, I ask all Americans to commit themselves to the American values for which Charlie Kirk lived and died. The values of free speech, citizenship, the rule of law, and the patriotic devotion and love of God. Charlie was the best of America, and the monster who attacked him was attacking our whole country. An assassin tried to silence him with a bullet, but he failed because together we will ensure that his voice, his message, and his legacy will live on for countless generations to come. Today, because of this heinous act, Charlie's voice has become bigger and grander than ever before, and it's not even close. May God bless his memory, may God watch over his family, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
All right, so with that in mind, I'm going to close it off with this, right? I'm going to close it off with some closing statements. By the way, guys, you have just witnessed my biggest stream ever, okay? This is my highest stream ever. We're talking about 30,000 people around the world tapped in on this one, 31,000, maybe even 32,000, okay? Republicanism says no one remembers what you did. They will always remember how you treated them. Remember that. Charlie treated Americans with the utmost respect. Justice for Charlie. So I'm going to mark that comment. But with that, I'm also going to say, Republicanism, that you got to understand. Thank you, FB. And you've been a big contributor of that. Shout out to you, FB. So here's what I'm going to say, right? Dean Thompson says, go to Russia. Go to Russia and forget. Okay, so this is what I'm going to say. He's high doing the stream. No, I'm not. It's my highest stream ever. Okay, stop trying to misconstrue what I'm trying to say. Okay, so let's read what Republicanism says, right? He says, nobody remembers what you did. They will always remember how you treated them. And remember that Charlie treated Americans with the utmost respect. Justice for Charlie. Well, here's the thing, right? Charlie did respect people, even to the people that he did not agree with. This is very true. However, the certain opinions that you have will make others feel a certain kind of way, and there's no way around that. What I'm merely trying to explain as I'm trying to do an outro to this live stream is I want you guys to understand this. I need you to understand that right and wrong are subjective in this world that we live in right now. Yes, I know that's a controversial take to say, but right and wrong is a subjective matter. Meaning that what you think is right, others may find wrong. And that's just the kind of world that you have to live in. But the one thing you have to remember is that when you live by a certain principle, you better be ready to stand on it. And sometimes stand on it with your own life. And that is the price that you have to pay, whether you're speaking for the left, whether you're speaking for the right, whether you're speaking for conservatism, whether you're speaking for liberalism, whether you're speaking for Christianity, Judaism, or Islam. You have to stand on what it is that you believe in, because somebody will always oppose you for it. However, we also have to understand there are many people out there that love debates, love to express freedom of speech. You guys know that I do it all the time in this channel. Look at the chats that I allowed to happen here today, right? The type of chats that are being presented here. There was a guy in here with a fake Charlie Kirk screen name. Now, did I go and ban him for it? No, I let him speak his mind. Just like Charlie Kirk, he let others speak his mind, and he allowed people to make up their own decisions by the end of whatever debate he was in. Look, I don't stand with Charlie Kirk and what he stood for when it came to Israel. Okay, and there are many conservatives out there that also feel the same way. There are many Muslims that also feel that same way. But what I will say is that I can't lie and act like he didn't inspire me in terms of wanting to give people a different opinion or highlight the different opinions. Look at what I do here in this chat. There's a lot of things that you people say here that I don't like, but I highlight your comments anyway. Why? Because I know that it would create a certain civil discourse in which we can come to a conclusion or come to our own conclusion by the end of it. Ant Life says, would you want to debate with the devil? Sure. Why not? Why not? Right? There's no, you guys do it every day. You guys either talk to angels or the devil or the jinn in one form of another, right? Not literally talking to them, but you know what I mean. Communicating in some process of, should I do good things or should I do evil things? In that same process. You're a devil if you can call someone who... You're a devil if you call someone who has died. Okay, a little error in your language there, but... Yeah, so just because you don't believe in the devil doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Correct. When you do your own research, Joe Pearson says, Caesar Diaz says, Kush, boy, number 2, SoCal. James Gildeen says, Charlie Kirk was a good Christian man and a father. Wiles says, according to Charlie, we aren't supposed to have empathy. So there you go, right? now you guys have to understand why there's a lot of backlash that goes on with this. But on any regard, guys, Austin Azaz says, Joe, typical left next. FBA says, with a laughing emoji. Dean Thompson says, could you imagine people talking like this when Bill Green, oh, wow, okay, JFK, the devil's inside of us, yes, the more that we allow it, yes. William Smith says, Jesus is empathetic. So, guys, remember what I said, right? This is a very highly contested topic, and I hope that I was able to highlight this in showing your opinions, showing my opinions, while also highlighting something that is in the middle of all of that. But in regards, I hope that we learned something from this. I hope you guys go and take care of everyone around you. And also, I need you to also remember this, right? Whether you're for or against Charlie Kirk, the main thing that you want to remember about this is that you never know when your life is going to go, and you never know when Allah asks you to return. And with that in mind, I ask everybody to send prayers for everyone around the world, not just this particular situation, but for prayers around the world for everybody that has a struggle in some kind of way. And with that in mind, guys, don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you in the next topic, inshallah. Shout out to everybody around the world. I'm going to let the chat go on and talk for a little bit before I go and head out. Shout out to you guys, and assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.